I said I'm sorry.
Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, hey, what's up? What's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings and salutations and all that kind of stuff. Thanks. My name's Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. Always appreciate it. Please welcome the triumphant return of our own Bill Squire.
Hey, I'm back.
Who is back in the room. Mary Santora is here, too.
What up?
Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Good afternoon, white people. Hello.
What a day. What an exciting day. What a Wednesday. We've got a brand new Poundcake sports break later on. I spent the better part of the morning thinking it was Thursday. I don't know why. All morning long, I thought it was Thursday. And then I thought to myself, well, that can't possibly be, because that means that I would have missed the Poundcake sports break. And of course, as you know, that is anathema to everything that I believe in. As an American, as a human, as I don't like missing that sports break. And so no pressure, but, that'll be later on. And you'll understand why if you haven't already. He was voted best sports talker in Cleveland by the readers of Cleveland Scene magazine. Did there end up being you skipped the party? I don't remember how that whole laid out. There was a party and you skipped it? Is that what happened?
You to pay for
Oh,
it.
that's right. You had to buy tickets.
He
Yeah.
had something else
$50.
going on. He went to see Mariah that night, I believe.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yep, I went to see Mariah.
Right. Well, that was probably better time spent.
I mean, yeah.
In the
we were right
presence
next
of
to
a
the
diva,
stage.
in the presence of an icon. You know, Poundcake likes to throw the word icon around a lot, or iconic.
I saw 2/3 of the Holy Trinity. So, yeah. Or the vocal Trinity, not Holy Trinity. Vocal Trinity.
Listen, you can call them whatever you want. That's not for me to decide. If you'd like to join us today, we'd love to have you. If you want to do it on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can send me a text. That number is 35192. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, live there, you can drop messages for us in a variety of ways. You can get in touch. Our friend Jim Tooze is going to be here tomorrow, by the way.
I love that man.
And then our friend Brian Kenny is going to be here on Friday.
I love that man.
I think he is headlining the Funny Stop there in Cuyahoga Falls, which our own Mary Santora just did not long ago. To great effect, by the way.
It was fun. It was a great show.
Was there any further fallout from those women who were
Nope.
giving you the skunk eye and yelling the whole time? You didn't
No.
get like a follow-up email or documentation from anybody?
Nothing.
Nothing.
No messages, no DMs.
No apologies?
Nope, nothing.
Mm.
But they weren't fans of me or the show, so that makes
No,
sense.
but I thought their friend with them was.
The one lady was, yes, but no, she didn't.
You got nothing from her in the aftermath going, oh, my God, I'm so sorry that my friends were being such loads, that I was there with such a bunch of pills.
Yeah.
That sucks. So is the Bill Squire show over? Somebody just asked me if the Bill Squire show is over.
It's rebranded.
It's rebranded as
Exclusive news update.
that. What does that mean?
We have a new name. It's the same people on the podcast. We're going to record it from now on at Old 86 Bar, and it's called the Cleveland America Show now.
Why is it no longer the Bill Squire show?
Because over the course of the past few years, especially since Pants came on, that's the name of a guy on the show, it just became more of an ensemble show, and so I wanted to give them more ownership of the show.
I see.
And so and more responsibilities within the show too, because it's a lot for me to carry. So they're all going to do more. We're going to collaborate more, and it's going to be a more group effort rather than me just saying, "Hey, let's talk about this," and they bounce back. And
how did you land on the Cleveland America show? Is that something that you guys collectively workshopped?
Pants is a graphic designer and artist, and he's had these shirts designs for a while, and he just came up with a new one, and it's kind of in the same way that we came across Squire Masonry as my band name, where we're brainstorming all these names, and like everything that we thought was clever was already taken, and then he had just done this new art for these Cleveland America shirts that he wanted to drop, and Tommy was like, "Hey, let's just call it the Cleveland America Show," and we're like, "Okay, that's actually great." So that's what we went with. And
will you have a live audience?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. It's still going to be just a regular. The three of us chuckleheads just goofing around, but it's no longer.
You didn't want to call it Billy and Tommy's Pants?
Where were you when we were thinking of the names?
Nobody consulted. I didn't even know this was happening. Somebody hit me up, and they were like, "Hey, Bill posted something that his podcast is done," and I was like, "I didn't see that."
Yeah, just the name is done. It's no longer the Bill Squire Show.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, we just did all the rebranding today. Like the post literally just went out, so it is now called Cleveland America. So it's going to be available on all the same stuff. You don't have to unsubscribe or resubscribe. It's all going to be in the same RSS feed, all on YouTube, the same. Just
a new name.
New name, new branding, new intro. You want to hear the intro? Because I'll email it to you real quick, and you'll play it. Because our friend Martin Malloy did that.
Oh boy! So it has vocals this time around.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it did last time too.
Oh, it did.
Yeah.
Well, not singing though.
No, it's
voiceover.
It's a voiceover.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not much of a singer, but he is the best.
Okay.
All right.
So for people who want to still listen to that, it'll just be under another name.
Yeah, just search Cleveland America on iHeartRadio or wherever you get your podcasts, and it'll be on my YouTube channel, Bill Squire.
All right, well, there you go. There's your answer, because I had no information.
Yeah, we were
the person who asked me. I
close
said,
to the vest.
I will ask. I'll ask Bill when he comes in.
Yeah,
Other than that, I have no information for you.
So that should come through in a second there.
All right. And okay, well, good. That's
and I'm happy to be back. Also, this was annoying that happened. So Friday, I had an email from the venue that I'm doing in Akron this Saturday. It's like, "Congratulations, Bill. The show is sold out." And I'm like, "This is great. I don't even have to mention it at all." And then Monday, when I'm sick and like in a fog of medicine and just drowsiness, they email and go, "Oh, there was a Ticketmaster glitch."
Isn't this what just happened to Mary?
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. But my contract says I can't back out of the show, so we got to do the show. And this is Akron Civic Theater, so we're gonna get people there. But those tickets are on sale at Wild Oscars at Akron Civic
Their
Theater.
glitch said, "Hey, the show is sold out."
Yeah.
And you were like,
Great.
This
is amazing.
Sold out the Akron. What's the capacity of the Akron Civic Theater?
We're not doing the Akron Civic Theater. We're doing Wild Oscars, a small,
I see,
like black box theater. It's like 50 people. This is just
racist.
This African American box theater.
Thank you.
Vagina theater. So we're doing that to try and. This is, I'm going to be doing prepared material, but it's also working on new stuff, and it's just going to be it's a cool little room, and it's perfect for stand-up.
What's going on with Ticketmaster?
I don't know.
That they can't get this stuff straight?
I don't know. Ticketmaster.
Maybe they need to be sued again by Pearl Jam. Can we get Pearl Jam to sue them on your behalf?
That would be great. I would love that.
Welcome to Cleveland, America. That is all. Enjoy the.
Wait a sec. I cut it off there.
Welcome to Cleveland, America. That is all. Enjoy the show.
Short and to the point. Short and sweet.
Yeah, that's all you need.
It is all you need.
A 5-second intro. And I just love
Marty's
read of that. Perfect.
All right, well, there you go. Crisis averted.
So BillSquire.com for tickets to see me in Akron on Saturday. And then the podcast is now called Cleveland America. Available wherever you get podcasts.
Very exciting. I'm going to take a break here. If you want to send me a text for anything, 35192. You can watch live. Video is up and running for you at alancoxshow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Circle K's new free Inner Circle membership program is all about making it easy to reward you with the things you'll love. Sign up and save 25 cents per gallon on your first 5 fill-ups. Plus, get every 6th free on a tasty selection of Circle K products. We're talking piping hot pizza, fresh coffee, ice-cold fountain drinks, and more. Join Inner Circle for free by downloading the Circle K app today. Terms and conditions apply at participating locations. Visit CircleK.com for details.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
My new exercise bike. Yeah, more like my $1,500 coat rack.
I got a guitar. Never even learned Smoke on the Water.
At Babbel, we get it. Learning something new is hard, especially a new language.
I've forgotten all my high school French.
My Spanish starts at hola and ends at adios.
Make it easy on yourself. Get Babbel, the language learning app built by 200-plus language experts to teach you real-world conversations for any situation. With research-proven lessons, addictive games, immersive podcasts, and live online classes with real teachers.
Sounds like fun.
It's fun and fast. Babbel's bite-sized lessons take 10 minutes a day. You can start having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
3 weeks? Hola, Espanol.
Ready to learn a new language? It starts here. Now try Babbel free when you text radio to 64,000. To try Babbel free, text radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000.
Yeah, that's how it feels when you can get something else with Rack Exchange. A bigger TV, an upgraded washer, a different item altogether. Because now you can exchange an item at Rent-A-Center for another item within 6 months, as often as you want. Learn more at rentacenter.com. For customers in good standing within 6 months following active rental date, exchange items subject to approval and adjustment of payment. Prior rent paid applied to reduced total cost to own for replacement agreement, but not in full to same as cash amount.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. RAMP.com/radio.
Hey, it's Boost Mobile here with a great deal to keep you connected.
and help you make the most of your tax refund. When you switch to Boost, you get 4 lines for $100, plus 4 free 5G smartphones like the Samsung Galaxy A15 5G or the Moto G Stylus 5G. We're here to bring you the best phones on America's largest 5G network so you can get after it. Switching is easy. Just head to your local Boost mobile store for 4 lines and 4 phones for $100. New customers only. Requires ID verification. Select markets only. Other restrictions apply. See participating dealers for details.
Ohio's Career Technical Education program isn't just about learning a trade. If college is the path your child wants to take, Career Tech can help. They will learn invaluable leadership skills, gain hands-on experience, and earn college credit to propel them into their future. So whether they want to jump straight into the workforce or move on to higher education, Ohio's Career Technical Education program will help them every step of the way. Visit education.ohio.gov/careertech to find out how you and your child can shape your future your way.
Start clean with Clorox, because Clorox delivers a powerful clean every time. Because messes happen. Because...
Hey, listen. Remember how you told me to toss those takeout containers before we left for vacation? And you were like, I'm serious. If that leaks over the counter, it'll be a slimy abomination by the time I get back. And I was like, yeah, of course. Don't worry about it. I won't forget. Well...
Ooh, yeah, that happens. So start clean with Clorox. Use Clorox products as directed. Rinse after use if in contact with food surface.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes
spent years reuniting the lost dead with their families until one of them called him alive and well. Tune in to Hello, John Doe, the new true crime podcast that investigates his harrowing journey and follows his quest to discover his true identity.
And I told him, I said, you're not going to believe this. I said, I don't blame you if you don't believe it, because this sounds crazy. And I started explaining, and he took the time to listen.
Listen to Hello, John Doe on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Our live stream is now Scratch and Sniff, in that you can scratch the screen and then sniff your fingers. Yeah. The Alan Cox Show.
100.7.
WMMS.
216-578-1007. Want to join us live on the phone? El telefono. 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to text. Cavaliers are on the road for a stretch. They are in New Orleans tonight to play the Pelicans. What do they call New Orleans, Poundcake?
The Leans?
The Leans. Yeah. He's playing the Leans Pelicans. It's Pelican, not Pelicant. I think that's their motto. You know how we have hashtag let them know? In New Orleans, they have it's Pelican, not Pelicant.
It's actually let know.
Let know? Is that what it is? It's M. That's M. Let M know.
Let them know.
Not
Let them.
Let know.
Let them know.
Cavs, Pelicans tonight. That's an 8 o'clock tip. 7:30 pregame with Mike Snyder and the gang.
We had a big family moment yesterday.
A Squire family moment?
Yes, because my daughter is in New Orleans right now. And
Working, living, visiting?
Just visiting. She's on vacation with some friends. And they were out on what's the
Lake Pontchartrain.
The street there where everybody drinks.
Oh, Bourbon Street.
Bourbon Street. They were out on Bourbon Street, and she ran into the actors that played Greg Heffley and what was the other dude's name from Diary of a Wimpy Kid? What was
the actor's name?
Yeah, I don't remember his name, but like, what was the other character's name? His best friend's name was.
Oh, Roderick. That was the brother. Manny, Rowley.
Rowley, yeah. And those were their favorite books when they were little kids, favorite movies when they were little kids. And so her she sent it to our group chat, and her siblings were just freaking out. They're like, you met Greg Heffley?
She saw him on the street and instantly recognized him.
Yeah, and took a picture with him.
Because they're all grown up now.
Yeah. Because those movies are,
15 years old,
20 years old now.
I took my older kids to them when they were little.
Yeah, so they were just losing their mind over the fact that she met Greg Heffley and Rowley.
Uh-huh. She get a picture?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. That's what set us all off, is she sent the picture. And we were all, was
it weird to see the formerly wimpy kid getting loaded on Bourbon Street?
I mean, he didn't look like he was loaded. He just looked like a regular guy having a nice time.
Did she show him her boobs?
I don't think so. Oh. But maybe later. I don't know. She's got.
Isn't that protocol down there on Bourbon Street?
I don't know if they do that as much anymore. I've actually never been there. I have no real desire to go to Bourbon Street. It just seems gross.
All right.
But yeah, that was just a big moment where everybody, like the group chat, just came to life with jealousy for my daughter meeting
the Diary of a Wimpy Kid kids.
Yeah. Cheese touch and all.
Well, there you go. We got to get Poundcake down there on Bourbon Street. We're going to do a live something. We'll send him to Mardi Gras next year or something.
All expenses paid, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, we'll fly you down, put you up.
Mm-hmm.
You would be on the hook for, whatever libations
of course.
You were going to be contending with.
And I do drunk Bourbon Street girls, rather,
Well, that's redundant. I mean, no, that's a little too on the nose because everybody down there is, probably doing some version of that. I would rather have it be kind of Poundcake's travel log.
Okay.
You can go to Café du Monde and get the beignets and do a whole thing.
Yeah. So anyway, Cavs in New Orleans tonight to play the Pelicans at 8 o'clock. Speaking of basketball players, there's a guy that you might not recall because I kind of had to do a dive on him. His name's Glenn Davis. Do you remember Glenn Davis?
Yeah, big baby Glenn Davis.
Big baby Glenn Davis. This guy.
He played for the Celtics.
Yeah, won a ring with the Celtics.
UNC, I believe, alum.
Yeah, he bounced around for a few years, playing for a few teams. He played for the Clippers. I think he got drafted by Orlando. Ended his career playing in Canada. But he posted something on his Instagram, I guess maybe a throwback picture after he retired. He's been retired for a few years. And he posted a photo with him and two adult actresses, and it says, "That one time I used to shoot pornos. I really used to like that job." So Glenn Davis outs himself with that photo, I guess maybe to the uninitiated. I'm sure plenty of people who knew that. that there was a period directly after his retirement that he was directing porno movies.
Oh, directing them?
Directing them, yeah. That's what he meant by shoot. I really used to like that job. And then, obviously, everybody that follows this guy is like, you know, people were divided, I guess. You'd never see Kobe or LeBron doing this. Well, this guy's not Kobe or LeBron. I don't even know if the guy played for a dozen years. I mean, he was out there doing.
I don't think he was ever an all-star.
No.
I don't think he was a journeyman player.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't a superstar.
Won a championship with the Celtics, but
He was
that
on
was
the team,
probably
yeah.
the high point of the career. Until directing the porno movies. So I guess maybe he didn't realize he was going to cause a commotion, in the immortal words of one John Fogerty. But he said, hey, all basketball players are low-key porn stars. But he reiterated that he didn't perform with the actresses, which has to be why you do it in the first place.
He's in it for the art.
You're hoping to get
Love the
tapped
game.
in, right? Anybody directing porn is hoping to get tapped in. I don't know what the...
What if we find out that he's the one that started the whole stepmom, stepbrother, like he started those porns that got super popular?
Well, how long has he been retired for? Those have been around for a minute, right?
I don't know. He's probably
slap,
2015 or 16, I feel like, is when he retired.
Okay. Yeah, I would think that he would, I would certainly hope he would lead
or like
with
just
that.
something that's like whatever he did became a staple in porn.
I'm the first guy that
visionary.
suggested that she get stuck in the dryer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a visionary. They never use that in porn, and I feel like that should be used more. The visionary director of pornography.
Visionary adult director. Yeah. Greatest porn director name of all time, however, is Vic Legina. And so I guess he was, so one guy leaves a comment, bro, you're my kid's favorite player. Come on, bro. Keep that. This guy is no one's favorite player.
No kid.
No kid
Also,
says
your kids-
Glenn Davis is my favorite basketball player.
If your kid's of porn watching age by now too, because
he's been out the game for
he's been out the game for a while. So even if he was your kid's favorite player when he was 10 or 11, he's been out of the game for a while. So I'm guessing your kid's 18, 19, maybe 20.
Everybody got so mad at my photo. It was just my experience in life post-retirement. I didn't F those girls. I was watching and admiring and getting good shots. But, I mean, you probably had to know somebody to get the gig in the first place, right? I mean, it didn't say who he did it for. I mean, these days, anybody with a phone can make porn, so, it doesn't even have to be well lit or anything.
He last played in 2015, so almost 10 years.
There you go.
And I can't imagine that kid's still like, Glenn Davis, 8 points, 4 rebounds for his career. My all-time favorite player.
Yeah.
Nobody winded a starting power forward quite like him. He just did it, went out there, wasn't a liability on defense, could make okay shots. Just, it's what I've always wanted to be.
Not a liability on defense. That's
Yeah.
what my kid is way into.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have the same ring as I want to be like Mike. Not a liability on defense. It's harder to get on a shirt or in a pop ad. Last time I heard about Glenn Davis is he was in that whole thing with that ring of players that were scamming the NBA welfare plan.
Oh, yeah?
Remember that a few years ago? It was like Will Bynum and Glenn Davis and a bunch of other dudes that were defrauding the NBA health plan. It was like Medicare fraud or something like that. And I don't know what came from that because that wasn't that long ago, but that was the last time I heard about Glenn Davis. Maybe he was directing porn because he just needed a gig. Because, I mean, there were other guys in that ring that went to prison, like big-time prison. And I guess Glenn Davis didn't. Mary has more competition. There's a guy who's really blown up, just some hippie dude, who walks around barefoot all the time. He prides himself on not having worn shoes for 3 years. A guy named George Woodville. He's just a long-hair hippie, young dude. And he makes a ton of money selling pictures of his dirty feet.
Ew.
And he says that this is how he monetizes his barefoot lifestyle. I don't know. I mean, if you walk around with no shoes, I mean, Is that a lifestyle? You're just walking around with no shoes.
Right. How's he getting any service? No. Yeah,
It's
right
in the
bare
UK.
arms,
I
not
don't-
bare feet.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just.
Well, he says when it comes to visiting shops and restaurants, he tells them that he has a medical condition. So he's a big fat liar, among other things. I have a medical condition. No, you don't, you dummy. Put some goddamn shoes on. He hasn't worn shoes in 4 years. And now he posts pics of his grubby feet on OnlyFans and makes a lot of money.
Good for him.
Uh-huh.
Hey, there's a market for it.
Yep.
Some
Go get
people are
it.
into that dirty feet thing. I had a guy last night I did shows, and I was talking about selling feet. And then I got 3 cash apps from for each for $1. Like, let me be your simp. I want to be your loser. Take all my money, but you can't. Well,
Sounded
I
better
think
when
it was
Iggy Pop
just-
said it.
Was this other comics on the show?
Maybe. I mean, who knows? But it wasn't, you can't message on there or anything. So I couldn't be like, hey, email me. Like, $3 doesn't do anything. You know what I mean? I'm not going to send him money back to send him a message.
Can you send him a request?
I did, and it got denied.
Oh.
So, whatever that means.
What is a simp?
You know
Like
what a
a
simp is.
Your financier?
Huh?
It's like a devoted fan that asks for nothing in return. Well, like,
No,
you
they,
you just
yes.
kind of worship them.
That's right.
Yeah.
Stan. It's in
Yeah.
it's in the Stan category.
But it's
kinda.
like pathetic.
Yeah.
Like, they will do anything for you in such a pathetic way. They want to be, like...
It's like a domination thing.
Uh-huh.
Like a sub.
Yeah. Let me be your simp. Because Mary's not going to pay any attention to them, but they're going to pay attention to her
They're gonna simp her.
nonstop.
Not worth it.
Well, there was a video going around maybe a month or so ago of this girl and her brother or something, or maybe a mom and her son. And they were talking about how they never wear shoes anywhere. And they're just walking around everywhere with bare feet.
I hate all
and
these
they're walking.
people.
And I'm, what's that?
I hate all these people. Shoes are the
Well,
best.
but I'm like, first of
Shoes
all,
are the best.
you're not doing that because no one in their right mind would walk around outside on asphalt in bare feet. There's glass. There, who knows what's out there? So you're obviously not doing that. But this guy
But
is
once you walk
selling
around
pictures.
for a certain amount of time, your feet get so tough that
Callous.
glass ain't gonna do much. It's gotta be a really sharp, large shard for it to get through a really callous
I
foot.
guess. I mean, these two didn't sound like they'd been doing it for very long, and it didn't look like they had big hobbit feet. But it was just some young girl and her brother, I think, and they were, doing it for the likes, I guess. But shoes are great. I have a pair of those really, really thin jogging shoes, like the barefoot jogging shoes, and I'll wear those here occasionally because it is good. It kind of keeps your feet, the closer you are to the ground, it kind of keeps your muscles, working and intact and everything. But long term, I don't know if that would be the move for me. And it does feel like you're walking around barefoot.
I don't know, man. My feet and ankles hurt every day. And
Because
I'm
you're
like,
walking so much now.
Well, but you think you'd get used to it after a certain point. And I'm like, I wear a lot of sneakers, which are not particularly comfortable shoes.
You got to get some Dr. Scholl's in there.
No, I have had Dr. Scholl's, and it makes it so much worse.
Really?
The insoles make it worse?
Did you stand on the machine where it figures out what's wrong with your feet?
I've done that once, and then I've also just bought like the $30 ones at Walmart where you like cut it to your shoe size. I've done them both, where it's like the gel memory, whatever, for $75, and it doesn't help.
Do you have high arches?
I have very high arches. Yeah.
See,
Not
I have
very
no
high.
arches. I have flat feet, so I have insoles in a lot of my shoes.
Yeah, I have high arches, but that's
Here's
why
what
I
you should
think-
do. You know what you should do is you should cut a shoe-sized piece of your comforter out and then put that in your shoes.
I have a duvet, Ellen. Grow up.
And then you can walk around like that.
No, I think it's because I have worn running shoes, like the really bouncy, thick-soled running shoes for my entire life, that when I switch to sneakers, they are so flat that my feet don't know what to do.
Isn't a duvet the same as a comforter?
Yeah, I was being a douche.
Oh. I had to check
You
for
were-
a second.
you were
So I'm
so
like,
douche I didn't even know you were being a douche.
if that's more comfortable, I got to get me a duvet. Yeah. Alan, New Orleans still looks like Katrina hit it 3 weeks ago.
I liked it. I
I'm
didn't
sure
think it was
parts of
that-
it do. Yeah. I mean, you're not going to, that took that city for a spin.
I didn't think it was that beat down.
Alan,
it's
I don't even
definitely-
I don't even walk barefoot in my own house, somebody says. See, my feet get cold. I get chilly feet. So I wear socks in my house. But everybody else in my house, no one's wearing socks in my house. They just don't. My wife hates them on her feet. My daughter does everything my wife does. So she's doing it too. The dog, you can't believe it. She doesn't want to wear anything on her feet.
Wow.
I've tried putting my dog in shoes. And just so she's not clicking and clacking around so much on the hardwood. But I'm the only one walking around in socks.
I've worn slippers recently since I've moved to New York. I don't know why. It's like I had them at my house in Berea, and I never really wore them. I was always barefoot at my house in Berea, and then for whatever reason, since I've been here, it's a lot more tile here, whereas it was hardwood and rugs back home. But maybe that's it. Or I just don't really like the feeling. It's like really hard tile, so I don't really like that.
I don't mind that. I like that. Keeps you balanced. You know, when you're walking around on the ground, it keeps you, I don't know. Alan, I watch people go into the porta potty barefoot at Country Jam.
Yeah. I would like to say I've never done that.
Hey, why are your feet blue? That's not how you're supposed to use those. Oh, you're not supposed to climb in? I mean, I don't think so. Barefoot at a porta potty. Of course, by that time of the day, you're probably so goddamn drunk. You're just hammered. You have no idea what's going on.
Lucky they're using a porta potty.
Yeah.
Because
That's what I was
they
gonna
were
say.
1 minute away from just dropping trow in line. So.
And that's men and women.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of people say, tell Mary to buy a pair of Hoka shoes.
I know.
H-O-K-A.
I've
I've never
been
heard of
looking
them
at
before.
'em.
Oh, okay. I
They're,
work
like, really nice.
20,000 steps a day at work, and they are what I wear. Huge amount of cushion.
Yeah, when you're walking as much as you are, sneakers aren't really.
They're destroying my feet.
They're not
like my ankles
the right
and feet.
thing.
They hurt every single day. But not a lot of times can I go back home beforehand.
You're just
so
gonna have to
my
be a
options,
Hoka comic.
Well, it's either that or my options are bring an extra pair of shoes, and my backpack already looks like I'm homeless. The thing is full, like to the top of things that I have to have every day. So I wouldn't be able to fit another pair of shoes. Then it's like, oh, do I leave my shoes at work? I don't think anybody would steal them, but I don't have a locker. So it's all, you guys.
Just wear Palladium boots. I wear those all the time, and you can walk all day in them, and you won't really feel it.
What does that mean?
It's a brand.
They're boots, but they don't like wreck your ankles.
Oh, I've
Like
seen
they're not super
these.
bouncy. I love them. I wear out one pair, I buy another pair.
Yeah, but me and you have opposite foot problems. You
Oh,
have
that's
flat
true.
Feet,
Yeah,
I
that's
have
true.
high arches.
Yeah.
So anything you like, I'm not gonna like.
Okay, so here's what, and this idea just came to me. Why don't you cut out a shoe-sized piece of your duvet?
No.
And put that in your shoes.
I will not.
Oh. Well, then I'm all out of awesome ideas for your feet. Hey, you know what you should do?
Just move home.
Take the chicken cutlets out of your blouse, put them underneath your feet.
I don't have those.
Oh, we'll get some.
No. Will not.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't know how much more we can try to help.
Well, you haven't helped yet.
At all?
No.
Oh, God. Did you guys see what happened to poor Olivia Munn? Olivia
I
Munn.
just saw that she was in the hospital, but I didn't read the.
Double mastectomy. She got aggressive breast surgery, breast cancer. 2 months after getting a negative mammogram, she has undergone 4 surgeries in 8 weeks. Double mastectomy. She's with John Mulaney, of course. Boy, those two. They got a lot to figure out. Their kid is 2 now. And Olivia Munn, who's super foxy.
That next hour is going to be great.
All due respect to John Mulaney, I still don't know how he got her. But she was a big fan of his, I guess.
She's in the skeleton-faced white boys.
I like Poundcake. Yeah. It is a testament to what you can pull when you're famous. I mean, they're both famous, but something about John Mulaney pulled in Olivia Munn. I mean, she was dating like friggin' athletes and crap.
But he's like not attractive. He's a good-looking guy.
Well, clearly, she thinks so. But I think to a lot of people, they would consider him more funny than attractive.
I think there's a lot of people that find him very attractive.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
The reason why people believe in the whole like a woman's with you for your fame thing is because you get like a Beyonce and then you have like a Jay-Z. I don't find.
Well, I'm not saying she's with him for that. She's famous too. I mean, she's done all kinds of stuff. They're both famous people. But to go from, I don't know, man, she must really, and she's funny too. I mean, she was on The Daily Show back in the day, and she was on G4. way back there. So her timing's good. Like, she's got a good sense of humor, and she's good in those things. So it's not like, there's no connective tissue between the two of them. But I got to say, when they were first like, John Mulaney and Olivia Munn are pregnant, I was like, wow. Good for him. Couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I just don't. He's not like a dud, so I'm not super surprised by that.
Well, I think him being in recovery is probably a big turn on, too.
Why is that a turn on?
Well, that's how they met. I thought she was also in recovery.
No, I don't think so. I think she just, they met somehow, or she sent him like a message of support, and then they started talking. I think that's how that went. Because there's a lot of women, and I don't know anything about her. I've never met the woman, but I mean, there's a lot of women, we know this, that like, and same thing with guys. Some people like, the person who needs some work done on them. They want to help them do the work. And maybe that's how they met there. What do they always say, people? They're like, you're not supposed to be meeting people in rehab. This guy's going through a divorce and all this stuff. But if it's Olivia Munn on the other end, you go, well, maybe I'll bend the rules a little bit. But yeah, she's going through all kinds of stuff. They were just at the Oscars. Mulaney and Olivia Munn showed up on the red carpet and did the whole thing. But she's been in the hospital for quite some time now, dealing with all this. But John Mulaney by her side. I've got a break. If you want to send me a text, 35192 to get me there, AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. And you can listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Into your
underpants? Oh my God. Rock. Money. Ugly like me. And Alan Cox.
I try to listen to you, and I just can't do it. I do appreciate your persistence.
Your FM home of the Cavaliers.
This is Cavaliers Big, Tristan Thompson, on 100.7 WMMS.
This is Katina Mobley. This is what's trending from iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by AutoZone.
3 more teams will punch their ticket to the NCAA tournament tonight with conference finals in the Patriot League, Southland, and Big Sky conferences coming up. Mid-American Conference Hoops tourney will open tomorrow in Cleveland, too. Second
The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Well, I'm not uptight, not unattractive. Turn me on tonight, 'cause I'm a radioactive.
Cavaliers play tonight. They are in New Orleans to play the Pelicans. That's an 8 o'clock tip here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Your pregame, all your coverage starts around 7:30 tonight. A little throwback mid-'80s British super group called The Firm. Jimmy Page and Paul Rodgers. Jimmy Page he was fresh off Led Zeppelin breaking up. Paul Rodgers was fresh off Bad Company breaking up. They were both looking for something new to do, and they recruited a couple of other dudes. And they put together a little supergroup called The Firm. And they had a handful of songs on MTV in the mid-'80s. And then they split up and went back to their respective bands. But Radioactive was the big hit that they had on MTV at the time. I know how much Mary loves that 80s sound, too.
That was my favorite.
They had Chris Slade behind the drums. He was the bald guy playing for AC/DC for a long time. They had Tony Franklin playing the bass. I love The Firm, boy. Mid-'80s, that was solid stuff. Solid. Anyway, it made me think of this song because I was reading about a candy company in Japan. And I only mention this because you never know where things are coming from anymore. You know, when you order things on Amazon or on any number of other retail apps or retail sites, you never really know where anything is coming from. And there's a Japanese candy company that discovered that an export shipment of candy was radioactive, that it had small amounts of cesium in it. So imagine you just, because it happens all the time, now you can get anything you want from anywhere you want. And so you get on, you're like, oh, I had this wild Japanese candy one time. I wonder if I could find that. And then you go on and you find it, but you don't necessarily know where it's coming from. When we went home for Thanksgiving, there's before we got out of the city, there's a shop called Hello Tokyo outside Chicago. And it's just in a strip mall. It's pretty nondescript, but it's this massive, massive store full of nothing but Japanese items. So there's weird candy and drinks and things like that, and all the way down to mundane, everyday items. You want a curtain rod that's labeled in Japanese? They're going to have them there for you. So it's a combination of tourists and then people in the local Asian community who go there to shop. And with the candy, you never quite know what you're going to get. But this company determined that they had radioactive material in their candy. And so they've had to figure some different plans out. Over here, every article that you read is about how we all have microplastics in our body now because those materials have been breaking down for a while. It's in the water. It's in the food. There seems to be nothing, if you can take them at their word, seems to be nothing anymore that does not involve us ingesting microplastics. Now, it's the macroplastics that I have a problem with. If I get a tuna fish sandwich and there's part of like a Honda Civic bumper in there, I march right back up to that counter and I file a complaint. I said, I've got macroplastics in my sandwich.
And they're like, wait, is this what you're going to do?
I'm sorry?
No, those are macroplastics. Akron, Wild Oscars this Saturday. BillSquire.com.
There you go. Not macroplastics, because it was fish.
Yeah.
No, the guy goes, well, I drive a Subaru, so that's not mine. I said, I think you're missing the point. There's part of a bumper in my sandwich. Now, of course, I'll pull back the curtain. That never happened. I never got a sandwich that had a piece of a bumper in it. But you can bet that if I did, I would march right back up and I would file a complaint. We went to Chipotle last night. I haven't had Chipotle in a long time. A long time.
Did you get the new chicken
A
al pastor?
long time I haven't had
Did you
Chipotle.
get the new
since.
chicken al pastor?
A long time
Is
it's
that
been
even
since
new?
we've...
Yes, they brought it back. The wait is over, Bill. Chicken al pastor is back at Chipotle.
But how's it new if it's back?
It's back.
Okay.
It's new today.
It's new.
Mary,
It's
you'll be
new
happy
as
to
of
know that is exactly what I got.
Did you love it?
I loved it.
It's pretty good.
I got the chicken al pastor bowl.
Did you know that it's made with a blend of Mexican spices, including achiote and morita peppers?
You had me at achiote and morita.
I knew I did.
Named after, of course, famed stand-up comedian and Mr. Miyagi actor Pat Morita. He got his own pepper.
Oscar nominated.
Pat Morita was Oscar nominated?
For
the
Karate
movie with
Kid.
Jay Leno?
No, for Karate Kid.
Oh,
No,
was he
not-
really?
Not The Getaway.
Ah. Right. But, of course, he was a very accomplished stand-up. He was a nightclub comedian before that. And all of his jokes were like, making fun of being Japanese because that's what you did back then, right? Red Fox would take you out on tour, and then you would make fun of yourself in a tuxedo, but he was quite accomplished. But we went, we were kind of rolling the dice last night. We're like, well, let's get Chipotle. We haven't had that in a while, and then our daughter wanted to eat in there. And so we're like, okay. And I went right for that al pastor bowl.
I haven't had Chipotle in a while. I haven't eaten in a Chipotle, and I don't know, maybe 12 years. I can't remember. Eating in a Chipotle seems like a crazy thing to do these days.
Oh, I don't think I've ever eaten in a Chipotle.
That
I
was
mean,
your
if I
first
had,
time?
I do not recall. Maybe when we first
Your
moved
daughter
here.
loved it, though. She's like, I like metal to be around me.
She's,
I like metal and hard concrete floors. Oh.
Well, she's a big fan of brutalist architecture. So, yeah, she was right in there. No, I think when we first moved to Northeast Ohio and lived in Tremont, I think I might have eaten inside the Steel Yard Chipotle. But if I've done it since then, I don't recall. But, out where we are, it's just us and a bunch of high school kids looking for a place to hang out and eat and make noise. So that's all that is. But it was fine. It was good.
Brian's daughter always wants to eat inside Chipotle, too.
Why
It's a
is
little
that? Because
kid
you feel
thing.
like you're out of the house and doing something?
I think maybe the Chipotle and Berea is right next to Subway. So the other day they got
Is there
Chipotle.
a play place?
No. The other day they got Chipotle and I got Subway. And she was really upset that we couldn't eat inside of the Chipotle. And I was like, I can't eat another restaurant's food in here. Like, I can't just sit down
I
with
see,
my
yeah.
Subway. But yeah, she's like, and she also, like, whenever we get any type of fast food, she wants, like, McDonald's, Taco Bell, anything. She's like, I want to eat inside. I'm like, who wants to hang out at a McDonald's?
Well, you're a little kid, right? But also, aren't a lot of those dining rooms still closed?
No.
Oh, really?
Oh.
There's just never anybody in them.
Ah. Well, because for a long time after COVID, they took their sweet time reopening those. And then when you go in, it's just a kiosk anyway. The people, they're going to bring you the food, but you don't even talk to a person anymore. You just punch it all in, walk up, get it. But
Chick-fil-A's
I
always
didn't
packed.
realize that those dining rooms are even open anymore. But even that they've removed the playthings, right? The plastic balls are gone. They don't have that anymore, right?
Gone since like 1984.
No.
Yeah.
No. What?
The plastic.
But didn't they still
the
have
balls
slide?
have been gone.
They still have slides and crap.
In some of them, yeah.
There's one out by me that's got the slides.
The
and
one
stuff.
in Avon does, because that's where I tried the Shamrock Shake iced coffee, and they had a play place there. And I haven't seen a play place in a McDonald's in a minute.
And so, how do you get out of that, Mary? Because you're gonna make something up. You're gonna go, oh no, they're treating the staff in there for chemical burns, and we don't want to go in there.
No, we just go, no.
Oh,
We're going to eat this at home.
it's more. I think it'd be more fun to weave a tale.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
Or a lot of the times we will say places are closed.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, the inside's closed. There's people in there. They're working.
Sorry,
children.
the inside is closed. Yep.
Missouri's getting its way.
That's right. Don't walk in there, or they'll slap a mop in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
You look old enough. If you got time to lean, you got time to clean. That's their motto. So if you have recently, or again, I don't know the name of this company, but if you have recently ordered Japanese candy and you want it to be super authentic, and so you're getting it right from the source, I don't know what you need for that. Iodine pills or something. I don't know. Fukuyama, Japan, they had a cat that fell into a chemical tank, and then they saw it walking around on the security cam. So you would think that maybe an animal would die if it fell into something like that. But not only did they find yellow-brown paw prints leading away from the tank, they saw the cat walk away on surveillance video. So now this town is telling people, hey, there's a cat that fell into a tank of toxic chemicals, like a Joker cat.
Ooh.
I don't know if it came out with, a weird face or whatever, but they're telling people in this town, they're like, hey, don't go anywhere near this cat if you see it. And I just love the notion of a radioactive. Yeah.
In the pale moonlight.
I like the notion of a radioactive cat roaming the countryside in Fukuyama, Japan. And people just staying away from it. Because if it didn't die immediately in the tank, it's probably slowly dying as it walks around.
Or it's becoming gigantic.
Yeah,
and it's gonna be Godzilla
like a toxic
cat.
adventure, toxic Avenger thing with a
Mutating
cat.
its blood.
Godzilla cat.
So it's walking around. The cat's whereabouts are unknown.
Our cats are starting to meet. They're not Godzilla cats, but maybe one day. But we had them in the same room for like 10 minutes with nobody fighting.
Yeah, I saw you posted a video of them trying to do something with them?
No, they're like looking at each other now. Where they're not like running. Well, my cat's the problem. Like she's not running away. She's like sizing her up and staring at her, and then she'll hiss and walk away. But we're making progress.
That's good.
Now, how do you know when there's progress?
She's not hissing or trying to fight her.
Okay.
Whereas
When she acknowledges her presence and then kind of turns
she'll
around and
look
walks
at
away.
her and like growl a little bit and be like, "Don't come in here."
That's what I do with Poundcake.
Yeah, I know. She
And
got
he
it from
doesn't
you.
come in here mostly.
Mm-hmm.
So it works.
He learned.
I would like a Godzilla cat. I think.
A giant Godzilla cat.
Does she make what? Does it lightning
poop,
that comes out
man.
of her mouth? Just like Godzilla breathes lightning, right?
Godzilla's got like a laser rays all of a sudden. It used to breathe fire back in the day, but if you saw,
It was like a blue fire kind of lightning because
It's
the
always
back
up into the
lights up.
sky.
Yeah,
but it's a
there's some-
radioactive beam, I think. But isn't that a relatively modern
No,
convention?
that goes,
Does it really?
I think that goes back to some of the 80s Godzillas.
I know in the new ones, like the scales light up.
Yeah.
And then, he gets a full head of steam and then he's
I think some of
mowing
that's-
people down.
I think some of that's established canon over the years.
Okay.
I still need to watch Godzilla -1.
It's so good. So good. Godzilla -1 director said that his cats inspired his version of Godzilla. When his wife watched the film, she said, "That's our cat." Despite the fact that if you've seen that movie,
Godzilla just walks past a building and knocks a cup of water off of it.
it's Godzilla on top of a bookcase.
Yeah.
And then trying to climb onto the curtain rod.
Godzilla gets the zoomies.
Yeah. Yeah, that movie got Oscar nominated, I think, for
It
the
won an
effects or
Oscar.
whatever.
It won
Did it
an
win the
Oscar
Oscar?
for the best effects, yeah.
Yeah, because it's got this wild mix of it's set in the 50s, but the effects aren't super CGI like they do.
No, it's a lot of practical effects.
Yeah.
With the way you should do it, you do a lot of practical effects and then accent it with CGI so things look better.
Yeah, it's really good. Might even make you cry.
No.
I'll go that far.
That's like at the end of Godzilla 2000, where the final line is, maybe it's because there's a little Godzilla in all of us.
I didn't see that one.
Oh, me and my friends saw that one.
The
in theaters.
Japanese one?
Yeah, it was the Japanese one. So they had just done the Matthew Broderick one, I think earlier that year,
Oh,
and then they
God.
released it, or maybe this was a year after that, but they released that one, and me and my friends saw it in the theater, and when we heard that last line, we were cheering like maniacs. We were also pretty much the only people in that theater.
Mhm.
And then it says the end, and then question mark.
I remember seeing
Fantastic.
I remember seeing the Matthew Broderick Godzilla in the theater, and that was the one that had the Puff Daddy version
Yeah.
of Led Zeppelin.
Oh, that's the worst
And
song
it was
I've ever
just
heard.
awful.
It's so
Come with
bad.
me. It's like him
Come
and
with
Jimmy
me.
Page.
Because at one point, so, it's got the Led Zeppelin riff, That part's good. Puff Daddy rapping, not even the worst thing. But at some point he sings, and it's so bad. It's so bad.
It's terrible.
If you can pull that up.
Well, it's uncensored. Yeah. I was trying to find an edit.
If you can find just where he's falling and singing in the music video, it's just so cringy.
Where he's singing? Yeah. I don't know where the singing is.
If it's the music video version, I know it's when he's falling.
I don't see that one. Well, anyway, I know that it's unedited, and I don't want to dig into that, but it's just terrible, terrible, terrible.
It's a bad song.
Yeah.
Maybe you guys are just being a little judgy.
No, it's a bad song.
I mean, we have the same judgment that just about everybody else did, so I'll absolutely cop to being judgy about it.
And it's also taking one of the greatest guitar riffs of all time and putting it in like a really cringy song.
And with Jimmy Page's, not only his blessing, but his participation.
Right.
Because they were like, this movie's going to be massive. Mm-hmm. This is going to be the biggest hit of the year. And even though people kind of, shrimp all over it, it was a big movie.
Yeah.
Like, it made a lot of money.
Everybody, because it was the first time they had reimagined Godzilla and done like an American version of it.
Yeah.
So I was super excited for it and was sorely disappointed.
Well, because that was when they really started to spend a ton of money making movies. And so the trouble was, even though it made a lot of money, they were like, well, we didn't make our money back. Because they spent like $150 million on it because they were going to.
And then probably another $100 million on marketing.
Yeah.
Because there was so much marketing going on. And I don't think the toys took off the way they thought they were. I know there's a lot of collaborations with fast food and different things like that. And I don't know if they had a popcorn bucket you could have sex with, like Dune 2.
It had giant teeth in it. Hey, do you like the scales up and down your shaft? Grab the Godzilla popcorn bucket. I don't recall that. But that would have been a flex.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take a break. I'll have those Mammoth WVH tickets for you. Wolfie Van Halen is back on the road. Did a handful of spring dates. He set his summer dates, one of them being here in Cleveland. So he's going to do July 24th out at Northfield Park if you want to get to that show. I'll do it after the break. 35192, the text for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
A mix of clouds and sunshine for your Wednesday with highs in the upper 60s to near 70. Cooler by the lake. Partly cloudy tonight with overnight lows near 40. For your Thursday, showers likely with thunderstorms possible later in the day. Highs still in the upper 60s.
This report is sponsored by Anthony Jeselnik at the State Theater. Don't miss your chance to see stand-up comedian Anthony Jeselnik on his Bones and All tour. Coming to Cleveland's Playhouse Square on March 16th. Limited tickets available starting at $29.50. Get tickets now at playhousesquare.org.
All rise. In a Massachusetts courtroom, the judge concluded that the defendant shredded evidence in the case. The defendant, Bernie Marino, who was sued for stealing his employees' pay. So before the trial, Marino shredded the evidence against him. Shadiness is a pattern with Marino, who quietly supported amnesty for millions of illegals, but now pretends otherwise. You can tell a lot about someone's character by what he does when no one's watching. Bernie Marino flunks that
right, Wolfgang Van Halen has sent his summer dates. Mammoth WVH is going out on the Mammoth 2 tour. It's the name of the new album. They're going to play MGM Northfield Park on Wednesday, July the 24th. Ticketmaster.com's got the details for you, all the info, whatever you need. You will find it there. I have 2 tickets here for you if you are caller number 10. Simple enough. 2 for Mammoth WVH this summer. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Clevelanders are damn proud of their city. Cleveland! But come on, you were born here. He moved here.
This is a man that has endured real torture in a foreign setting.
So who's the real hero?
I would hope people would listen to our heroes.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Mrs. Puffy singing in that Godzilla song.
Oh, yeah.
It ain't good.
No.
Oh, Puffy. He so wanted to be a singer. Yeah.
There's a lot of yeah. And then I think the lyrics are, I never liked you. I want to fight you.
I like that. I like that.
Dude,
Why
it's
couldn't he
just
sing
cringy.
those instead of his little mid-song bridge there? Well, anyway. You can still get those in the break. Somebody texted me that the what they did with the drinks at the movies, it was the Taco Bell Godzilla cup topper or whatever.
Okay.
You can still find them on eBay.
Nice.
About anywhere between $15 and $30. People are selling them. A lot of stuff people who hold on to.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you go through probably your own basement and you go, oh, maybe this will be something. You don't know how long it's, going to sit there on eBay, but set of 2 Godzilla Taco Bell car cup holder promo, $19.98, $15 for the both of them. So these aren't exactly flying off the eBay shelves because there's a whole lot of these here, and who the hell wants those? Cavaliers are on the road tonight. They're playing the Pelicans in New Orleans. It is an 8 o'clock tip-off tonight. 7:30 is when the pregame coverage will begin. You can hear it here, of course, on the Buzzard or on the iHeartRadio app. They'll be in Houston to play the Rockets on Saturday and in Indianapolis to play the Pacers on Monday. So they're not doing anything Thursday and Friday. Maybe they will be enjoying themselves either in the city of New Orleans or in the city of Houston. You think they'll go to Houston early and just kick it for a couple days?
That's
people have fun in H-Town. That's what they call it.
I think if they're going to have
H-Town.
fun, they're going to probably stay more in New Orleans, or maybe they'll take a little detour down to Galveston.
Shreveport?
Yeah. Galveston.
Yeah.
Right there
you know
off
how
the coast.
they call New Orleans the Leans?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they call Houston H-Town.
That's really catching on, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's
Catching
okay.
down in the leans.
Romo Fijo caught on. People call
Boy,
him
did
Romo
it.
Fijo.
Yep, sure did. Speaking of New Orleans, by the way, they are having a problem at the main police station there. I guess New Orleans PD headquarters. A lot of these cop shops are in disarray, and they're not being taken care of too well. Because of the weather down there and the humidity and things like that, they're not exactly keeping up to speed with everything that could really keep these kinds of buildings intact. And the police chief of New Orleans had a press conference because word was starting to get around that the rats were eating all of the marijuana that they had in evidence. Whatever the cops weren't taking home for their own private stash, I guess, was left there in evidence. And that the building was infested with rats that were eating all of the pot. And there are like local New Orleans is no different than a lot of other cities in that to some degree they have a T-shirt-based economy. And people have picked up on it right away. You can already buy high rat T-shirts. But the police chief there of New Orleans said that we got to get this under control. Ann Kirkpatrick is the police chief. He said rats are eating evidence from the evidence room and then pooping on employees' desks. So the place is covered in like rat feces. They're eating the pot. They have cockroaches in the HQ building because they don't really have air conditioning. The building was built in 1968. This is the headquarters of New Orleans Police Department. And they said that their air conditioning and elevators don't really work. So on top of that, you come to work and you have rat crap all over your desk. Now, I'd have to think that some resourceful individual perhaps would find a way to repurpose all those rat turds if they've been eating the pot in evidence. You think somebody's scooping up them turds and taking them home, seeing if they can smoke them? Think anybody's going to that degree there? You think you want to party in New Orleans? You ever smoked rat turds?
I mean,
would you do it?
What kind is it? Labrador. Take it to rat level, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
What kind of pot is that?
They're having
rat bastard.
Rat bastard.
Rat check.
They're having trouble down there in New Orleans.
I think if that were a thing that people were doing, you would have to finally say that weed is addictive if you were smoking rat poop to try and get high.
Well, I just mean for the experiment. For the
experiment.
Yeah, just to
That's
test
what-
it out.
yeah.
I mean, it would stand to reason that some of it would be contained in the rat feces. I don't know what the rate of transfer is. I don't know what you pass out in human poop if you smoke a lot of weed. But in New Orleans, the leans, as they call it, they're having a big problem with this. At HQ, that's not a good look. New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell said that the police department will have whatever resources that they need to get rid of the rats there in the headquarters.
And then the rats are going to get hungry after eating all that weed, right?
And then they're going to find a way into the vending machines.
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to move the police HQ into another building because they said that would be cheaper than trying to fix up their current building that they said would cost them about $30 million. And they're like, we're not going to throw money at this old-ass building where the rats are eating our marijuana evidence. But what a great excuse, What if they find out it's not rats at all? Maybe this is
or maybe they were trained by people that were caught, and they train the rats to go and eat the marijuana, so then they don't have any evidence, and they go, mistrial.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, people who want to get things done will get things done. And maybe they didn't even train the rats. But they've stolen enough evidence so they go, oh, my God, this place, it's the rats. See all that poop? What it really is the people who are taking the marijuana from evidence and going out and selling it, they are collecting rat feces and then sprinkling it on people's desks. Because you got to go all in on a plan like this.
Like they did with crack in the 80s.
You'd sprinkle a little crack on a guy when he was on the ground.
Crack.
Yep, sprinkle a little crack on him. So that's what they're contending with
weed every day.
down there in New Orleans with their police HQ.
Hi, Alan. It's another Mike from Parma, checking in as the temporary bureau chief in Cozumel, Mexico. We are still on our cruise on the wonders of the seas. I was wondering if you would hit the post on the song Mexican Radio. Love me, love you, hate the show.
God,
Bye.
Mexican Radio. That is a long, long ramp on that song. Boy, I can't. You guys remember Mexican Radio?
No.
It's one of the first songs on MTV. I think the band was called Wall of Voodoo, and they had like one hit, and it was Mexican Radio. Did you go to Cozumel, Poundcake? Is that where you went when you were out there, out on the island?
We were at Isla Mujeres, which is off the coast of Cancun.
Ah, that's north of Cozumel, yeah. Isla Mujeres.
Yeah.
All right.
It's Cancun's Put-in Bay, essentially. It's like a
Put-in Bay?
Put-in Bay, yeah.
Oh, Put-in Bay. Yeah, I thought they had like pudding was big there,
It's a 20-minute ferry ride.
so to speak.
Yeah.
But you had fun out there. You didn't go to Cozumel.
Yeah, I had fun. I mean, we floated past Ricky Martin's house, so that was cool. That's just the melody in my head.
They had that blaring out over the speakers there?
No, I was singing it the whole time.
Well, last time we were in Mexico, we kind of made our way around, but we spent a night in Playa del Carmen, and the Cozumel's right across the water there, but we didn't get over there. Thought about it because they have a pearl farm there. I can't believe you didn't go to the Cozumel Pearl Farm.
If I go back to Mexico, I'm going to Puerto Vallarta.
Try it again.
Puerto Vallarta.
Puerto Vallarta. Puerto Vallarta.
Yes. That way you'll sound like a local.
You mean Puerto Rico is actually P-U-E and not P-O-R?
Yeah. Puerto Rico.
It's Puerto Rico.
Uh-huh. Puerto Vallarta and Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
People just call it PV.
We love Puerto Rico.
PV. Yeah.
PV.
Yep. No, Puerto Vallarta is nice too.
You been?
That's the first place we ever went when we went to Mexico was Puerto Vallarta.
Interesting.
Yep.
I wonder what made it a gay
Jalisco.
I wonder what made it a gay destination. Like, it's not like I find it funny that all the gay destinations are on here, like on a coast. It seems like they're just pushing the gays further and further out, like Provincetown.
Well, no, but
the
cities that are
Hamptons.
on the water are going to have more stuff going on. I mean, that's how cities are born, is they're on the coast. you know?
But there's no like gay mecca in the middle of the country. Really.
Well, because it's landlocked. You're always going to find more stuff going on along the water.
I thought Kansas City was.
Is Kansas City a gay mecca?
I thought of the Midwest.
Huh.
According to that one baseball announcer.
Oh, right. He called it F-Town, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Mexico City is landlocked, and there's like 100 million people there. So I have a feeling that they probably have some gay people in Mexico City.
It's not a mecca.
What constitutes a mecca?
Where the majority of the population there is gay.
Oh, I don't think the majority of any population is gay.
Provincetown, there's more gay households per capita than.
But that's not like a city.
I mean, it is. It's a town.
Yeah,
a town is not a city.
It's not a city.
But that's what I'm saying.
The
towns where gays
the year-round population in Provincetown is 2,900 people. So yeah, you could probably get. There's a hell of a lot more people.
What about Key West?
Huh?
Okay. What about Key West?
Well, Key West is
that's a city and it's an island.
It is, yeah. But it's not everybody in Key West is gay.
But I feel like the gay population is a slight majority.
It's on the water. Well, I don't know about that. There's 26,000 people in Key West.
That seems like a lot of people for that itty-bitty little island. Or, well, it's not even really an island, but it seems it's a very small
It is an island.
Well, you got to get out there.
Well, you can get to it by bridge, though, so I don't consider that an island.
Well, it's an archipelago. It's a series of islands. You know what an island is?
Yes, it's just surrounded by water. But the fact
that's why they have a bridge.
Okay, but like
you know what Mackinac Island is, right? You have to have a bridge to get from the mainland to the island.
I consider an island like Put-in-Bay, where you have to take a ferry to get to it, like that.
That's just because they didn't build a bridge. They could build a bridge to it.
Okay.
Right.
I thought that's why there were keys, because they didn't want to call them islands. Because it was like you can access it by car.
They were going to call it Island West?
Because you use keys for cars?
I think that's where it came from.
No, Key West is at the very end of that series of islands. So you got to really get out there.
Most southern point of the United States.
There you go. But they are, in fact, islands, yes.
Okay.
And you could stay on some of the smaller ones. I bet they're dumb. And why not plant your flag, by the way? Why not start your own gay mecca?
I'm working on it.
Where are you going to plant your flag?
I don't know.
You know, Key West has a naval air station. You got to have perfect positioning strategically to have planes flying off the island there.
It's pretty neat. So I'm sure they're like, Fleet Week is pretty cool, huh?
I mean, I don't know. I would think. But just hopping a skip to Havana. How do you feel about Cuban guys?
They cool.
They cool. Okay. It good.
Yeah, they cool.
Mm-hmm.
They're not cut.
I know. That's why I said they cool. Ain't great, but cool. I could deal with it. Again, after Dr. Berglund said this generation, about 50% are cut and 50% are uncut, I'm like, oh, I'm never going to be with a young man. Like, my boyfriend's going to be someone from my generation or older because my chances are getting higher and higher that I'll have an uncut husband or boyfriend.
Oh, boy. That's going to be the name of his biography, Uncut Husband.
Uncut ex-husband.
Mm-hmm.
50%? Why did it go down? That's a dramatic drop. Like, it was 80%.
Yeah, because it was religious in nature, and people are going, we don't need to do this.
And I always knew there would be something where, like, people's, like, religious freedoms, like, everyone wants to be, in the name of religion, stop abortion, stop this, stop that. Now I kind of want to protest. You're waiting for something.
What the hell is he talking about?
Now, the fact that people are saying that it's barbaric to get circumcised, more people are getting circumcised. Or more people are keeping their foreskin.
Mm.
That's all.
Yeah.
I think they just kind of stigmatized it. That's all.
Well, yeah, a lot of people did because you had the people who were doing it for religious reasons. You had the people that were claiming that it was mutilating children. You had all these different little factions that concurrently you ended up with kind of a percentage of people who didn't want to do it anymore. But like when Dr. Berglund is in here, he's like, people who aren't cut, there is a risk to that because you have a higher risk of penile cancer. So there is a real reason to do that. I don't want penile cancer. That sounds terrible.
Yeah,
that's the last place I would want to get cancer. I can't tell you the first place, but I know that's the last place.
Yeah, I feel like people, they stigmatized it. They shame people like, you're not going to have your baby circumcised, are you? And then they're like, well, no. So just going along to get along, they leave their kid uncut, and now look what they did.
I don't think anybody is deciding what to do with their baby boy's crotch because of something somebody else says.
Clearly, if it's gone down 80%, we can't agree on
But that's not
anything
because
as a nation.
everybody. That's not because everybody got together and talked it out.
I don't know. Mom's against foreskin or mom's against circumcision. I'm sure that has something to do with it.
Well, part of it too was, for decades there's been the push against female genital mutilation in other countries, in Africa and places like that. And so the circumcision for boys conversation became conflated with that. And so I think as more and more people started talking about it, again, I'm glad that my parents went the way they did. I don't remember it.
Mm-hmm.
There's these people who swear up and down that they're traumatized because they can remember it. No, you can't. I guarantee you can't. But you do you. We had a guy calling Friday asking Dr. Berglund, hey, how can I get my foreskin restored? And he kept asking him.
Yep.
Dr. B was like,
really
why?
into it.
And the guy's like, I don't know.
I just
why?
feel like I was robbed of it.
yeah, I don't know. So that ain't a good reason. Because you think somebody took something from when you were a baby? You don't care. You can't remember anything until you're about 2.5 years old. What are you talking about?
And even then.
And you think you want it, and I think once you get it, you're like,
Well, maybe you do. Listen, maybe you do want it. But God bless you. Allen Pudding Bay was actually called Pudding Bay, pre-war of 1812. Hey, there you go. I like that a lot.
Was it because of like the Boston Tea Party, except we dumped a bunch of pudding?
Mm-hmm. That's
Just
right.
Jell-O packets
Mm.
into the water around.
Ah, the bay was so red and foamy that day, my friends. Livin' La Vida Tapioca is what Mike in Parma says.
I love tapioca.
Ew.
It's my favorite.
Ever since my mom told me that it was made with fish eyes.
Why did your
My grandpa
mom...
used to say fish eggs. It's not. It's a lie.
I know, but I just can't get it out of my head now, so now I can't have it.
I like boba in my bubble tea. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
Love it. But, yeah, not fish eggs. Parents tell their kids little pithy things, right? Little jokey lies. But then you get to a certain point where you go, well, that's not true. Of course, my parents were just playing around. So why would that stop you from enjoying something? Because your mom one time told you it was fish eggs.
Well, I think about it. I don't have it that often, so when I have it, I'm like, ugh, I don't even want this anymore. But like she also told me that fig Newtons were grasshopper legs. So, and I got over that because I really like fig
Well,
Newtons.
those are. That was my understanding. Is I, in the house I grew up in, grasshopper legs were quite the delicacy. So that's why we always had a fresh box of fig Newtons. So you're saying that's not the case?
Well, even if it is, I don't care. I like fig Newtons. I guess I don't like tapioca pudding enough.
We're a strawberry Newton family.
So as a grown man, you like fig Newtons?
Yeah, who doesn't? You don't
I
like
don't.
those?
Hell no.
Oh my
fig
God, they're
Newtons?
so good.
There's no point to them.
There's so many better
It's
options.
like a Depression era cookie that they never stopped
It's
making.
not a cookie, it's fruit and cake.
They're really good. I don't understand.
My dad used to eat them because my dad loved figs. I just don't like figs. I don't want dates. Any of the.
I like the taste of them.
Figs.
So whatever they qualify as, I'm still eating them. They're good. I don't care if they're a Depression era snack.
But as far as Depression era snacks go, they're not my top choice. I'm a Lorna Doone man.
There you
myself.
go. Fruit and cake. Lorna Doone. That's my grandma's cookies.
If we're going Depression era, I want circus peanuts.
You know what the flavor of those is supposed to be?
Bubblegum.
Banana.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
That was bubblegum. Either way, I like those a lot.
Oh, I'm
But
sure
that
they come in
tracks.
different flavors now.
No,
but
because
yeah.
I like banana flavor, like that fake banana flavor. I love banana runts, banana Laffy Taffy, banana popsicles. Those are all I like. The yellow banana popsicles are probably my favorite popsicle.
My dad loved all that stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
my dad was not from the Depression, but he loved circus peanuts.
You
and
take it out the
figs.
stick when you eat a banana popsicle, Alan, and then eat
I
it from
do.
the middle.
Yep, I do. First, I completely peel the wrapper off my banana popsicle, and then I eat it from the bottom until I can wiggle the stick out. And then that way, I can see the joke on my stick before I've eaten my entire popsicle.
Your joke is the stick.
Laugh and laugh and laugh. I got a break. Hey, you want to get to that Cleveland Home and Remodeling Show? That's going to be next weekend. Not this one, but next weekend it's back at the IX Center. And I'll have a 4-pack of tickets for you. If you go to WMMS.com, we got more tickets and $1,000 to win from Countryside Furnishings out there in Middlefield. So go to WMMS.com. If you just want tickets, I got them for you coming back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a pair of 3
Just listen to this station on the free iHeartRadio app.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
We're giving stuff away with the Alan Cox Show. Yes, we're giving stuff away.
All right, I want to go to the Cleveland Home and Remodeling Expo. It is the weekend after this coming, March 22nd through the 24th, out at the IX Center. Now, we've got more tickets for you at WMMS.com. There, though, you can win $1,000 to Countryside Furnishings. They do custom furniture out in Middlefield. They'll have a booth at the expo. So WMMS.com. Tickets there and that $1,000. I will get you in here. 4-pack of tickets for the Cleveland Home and Remodeling Expo. homeandremodelingexpo.com for all the details. 4 tickets for you. Caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you find yourself breathless with constant laughter, congratulations. Now, could you tell us what show you're listening to? It sounds fun. This is the Alan Cox Show. On 100.7 WMMS.
You know, Lenny Kravitz is up for induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You can vote every single day if you want. You can vote for up to 7 nominees there at rockhall.com. Lenny Kravitz is in the top 7. I don't know if things have moved around a little bit. Ozzy Osbourne is very much at the top. Foreigner, Peter Frampton, Dave Matthews Band, Cher, Lenny Kravitz, and Mariah Carey. I don't know that Lenny Kravitz was in that top 7 last time I checked, but he's doing pretty well. He just got his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And his family was there. I don't know if Lisa Bonet was there. You know, Zoe Kravitz is his daughter with Lisa Bonet. And she's getting married to Channing Tatum. It'll be a hot family. And Lenny Kravitz still very much in good shape. In really good shape. I don't think the dude is 70 yet, but he's getting up there. How old's Lenny Kravitz? That guy's got to be.
Maybe not quite 60.
He's 59 years old. Okay, I thought he was 60. He'll be 59 in May. Or I'm sorry, he'll be 60 in May.
You know, the same age as Coach from Cheers.
Yeah, right. But he still looks great. Dude's out there on the island. He's taking care of himself. That song, almost 30 years old. I love Rock and Roll is Dead. He put out an album in the mid-90s called Circus, and that was on that. But holy cow, 30 years old next year. But Zoe Kravitz was there to honor her dad.
I've seen the way you show up and take care of the people you love. I've seen your incredible dedication to your art. But mostly, I've seen through your shirts. According to my dad, if it doesn't expose your nipples, it's not a shirt. You used to embarrass me when you'd pick me up from school as a kid, but I gotta say at this point, I respect it. You really do pull it off. Your relationship with the netted shirt is probably your longest one, and it works.
Hashtag roasted, right? Mm-hmm. Hey, listen, yeah, you can pull it off. You're friggin' Lenny Kravitz. You know, anybody else getting married to Channing Tatum would go, oh, my God, look at this guy. He's been in Magic Mike. When your dad's Lenny Kravitz, you're like, all right, then. Yeah, that's cool. I'm glad you take care of yourself, honey. That whole family looks like they smell like Nag Champa, too. I mean, right? I mean, Lisa Bonet and Lenny Kravitz and Zoe Kravitz, who's very cute, very talented. Is she going to be in the second Batman, by the way? The R. Pat's Batman?
I think so.
They pushed that back a whole year.
Yeah, what's going on with that? Did they say why?
Because there were the 2 strikes.
Oh, okay.
The dual strikes between
one
the.
More strike and they're out.
That's what they're trying to tell them.
From what I know.
As the old saying goes, October 2nd, 2026 is when the Batman Part 2 will come out. That's what they're shooting for. But
I wonder if Batman's going to win.
Huh?
I wonder if Batman's going to stop the bad guys.
I want to know who the villain's going to be. I think they should bring back Cillian Murphy as the Scarecrow.
Different universe, though.
Really?
I think that, yeah.
That was the Nolan universe? This isn't this is a different universe?
It's a different Batman completely.
Well, it's a different actor playing Batman, but I mean,
Yeah,
is
but
it's earlier in his tenure.
We got a different Joker.
That's the beauty
they're
of it.
bringing
though.
back Barry
Keoghan.
Keoghan. He's going to be the Joker in that one. I know that much.
I don't like the look of that guy. I think he's very odd looking.
I think that's why they like
Barry
him.
Keoghan, the Irish
Gary
actor.
Keoghan?
Huh?
Gary?
Barry. He was in Saltburn. He's getting a lot of attention for Saltburn, but he's been in a bunch of stuff. But Keoghan. Barry Keoghan.
K-E-O something like that.
G-H-A-N.
Yeah, it's like a weird Irish name.
But he was, for a couple of minutes, he was the Joker in The Batman.
Wasn't even in the movie. It was just in a deleted scene.
Oh, I thought it was after the credits or something. I thought I saw it in the theater.
Maybe.
I thought I
Was
did.
it?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
He was in The Eternals, which is that Marvel movie that flopped super hard.
Yeah.
I just think he's a weird-looking dude.
He is a weird-looking dude.
Even though a handful of people hit me up in the break because we covered it a little bit yesterday, how does Poundcake not know what an island is when he took that oceans class?
The class is called Oceans, not Islands.
Yeah, we didn't talk about islands, really.
You know how much water there is without any islands or land being around?
You did a whole semester on oceans, and the topic of islands never came up.
Dude, we talked about tectonic plates. We didn't even really talk about any fish. Like, it was just like the wave patterns and where it comes from. And so it was a very in-depth course on oceans.
I get it. Course in depth.
Could say that Cody felt out of his league.
There it is. Oh, he took a dive on that final.
He was not having a maritime.
Nope, he was all wet. A merit.
What did I say I got in that class? I got a C, right?
You got a C.
For coral.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a toughie. I couldn't. That was a class I had to study for.
Were you salty that you got a C?
Yeah.
Dude, he barely finished.
If he hadn't gotten that C, it would have just been an Owens class.
I hate this.
Did they make you watch Ocean's 11?
Alan, no. That's silly.
I'm sorry. I've taken it too far.
It's a good movie.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm just passing along questions that more than a few people had.
Again, like I know what an island is. I just thought there was different qualifiers because.
But you thought if they built a bridge to it, it's no longer an island?
Yeah, I was like, if it's accessible by a bridge, then it doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
I just thought it didn't count. That's all. Like
It's got to be a land bridge. It's got to be like actually attached to.
Okay. That makes sense.
But you can build a bridge to an island.
But, like, again, it scares me because those bridges that go out into the Keys, they do look like they're just – obviously, the water can't be that deep because they have to put, like, a foundation for the bridge. But it's creepy looking when you drive for miles and you don't see any water or you don't see any land and it's just water for an hour.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the coolest
I don't like
scenes
that.
in True Lies.
Oh, yeah.
When they're driving on that bridge.
Blow up the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like you're surrounded. That's worse than like a car. Or that's worse than like a plane ride.
To be out there on the bridge?
Yeah, it's very intimate, and it's just like you and
intimate.
It's you and this bridge, and there's nothing between you and like falling. Like if you
except the bridge.
But if you fall off the bridge, like if you just happen to get some chapstick out of your bag or something and swerve. You're in the water. You're dead. You know you're dead.
But that's true of any bridge.
But like,
no matter how long or short, if you fall off the bridge, you'll be in the water.
But it's not a big bridge. Like the Golden Gate Bridge, it's hard to fall off of because the bridge is stronger than
so
your
that's
car.
all the people who commit suicide there every year.
But they're not driving their car off the bridge.
Do you think people are driving their car? Do you think the bridge isn't reinforced in a way that's going to keep it from... You think it's just like wood?
The bridge that I look at from the Keys, it doesn't look like there's a big, like...
But why wouldn't you just get out of your car and jump?
I've driven that. I've driven from Miami to, actually it was Fort Lauderdale to Key West.
Yeah.
But It's not a giant bridge like the Golden Gate Bridge, but it's not any. It's a bridge. It's not scary. It doesn't go up as high on the sides, which is probably what freaks you out a little bit.
Well, knowing that you've been there and he hasn't, I'm going to trust Poundcake on this one.
You're just going to trust
I saw hundreds of people driving their cars off of it, if that helps at all.
Oh, okay. Well, then
And that's a long drive.
yeah.
Fort Lauderdale to Key West.
Ever.
Holy
no,
Christ.
Not Fort Lauderdale, Daytona Beach. I don't know if
That's still a long drive.
It was like 8 hours.
Yeah.
It was not short.
I mean, Fort Lauderdale would be farther south, but from Daytona, wow.
How long are you
Daytona
on the
Beach to Key
bridge?
West. It's not hours. It's like, because there's a new island every couple. I can't. I was hammered. Maybe the longest stretch is a half hour between the islands.
That's still a pretty big bridge, though.
Yeah, but I don't even know that it was that long, to be 100% honest with you. But you know what was cool when you're driving on it, because you can like see up in the distance, you can see the next island, but you're looking out and you'll see storms like over the water, like an isolated storm over the water,
that's cool.
with like thunder and lightning and rain.
That's like
but it's 85 and sunny in your car.
Yeah.
You got the windows down and you can look, 2-3 miles out and you see a thunderstorm. That was really cool.
I do love when I can see a storm rolling in over the lake from my condo. That's always nice, and I imagine it's even more majestic and just like creepy because it's
They're
so
isolated.
wide.
There's
yeah.
one to your right, and then you see
And it's-
one
and it's
like
kind
10
of-
miles up straight ahead
Right.
in the distance.
And there's
it's
like
really
clear
creepy.
blue skies in between.
Yes.
Yeah, that's weird. I like that.
That's when you want to be on the island, Poundcake, when there's massive storms coming in.
I do not.
That's when you want to be out there, where it's just you and the elements, or out in the middle of that ocean on a boat, being tossed about.
Where's the tourist city in like Dominican Republic? Where does everyone always go?
Punta
there?
Cana.
Punta Cana, yeah.
I went there and got real sick.
My old roommate, he was there with his fiance, and they got like rained in, like it was a tropical storm, as they're supposed to have like this, tropical vacation. So they got screwed over. I'd be really pissed if I paid all that money and then.
I think the bloom is off the rose for Punta Cana, by the way, because that was so cheap, and everybody was talking about, we're going to Punta Cana, going to this, and now they're kind of like, yeah, don't go down there.
It was lackluster, to say the least.
Why is that?
word.
It's just poor?
No, I mean, like, the place we went, I went with my ex and his family, and they, like, hyped it up, like, this all-inclusive resort, and it's beautiful, and it's this, and everything's included, and blah, blah, blah. And it was, like, I mean, I feel like unless you're getting, like, a 5-star place down there, every all-inclusive resort is basically, like,
The same.
a Holiday Inn.
Yeah.
Like, it's not anything crazy. It's not like the lap of luxury that you're sitting on. It's a, extended stay America in Punta Cana.
You're getting scrambled eggs and pineapple and
exactly.
bananas in a
And
bowl.
they grill chicken for
Yeah.
lunch and barbecue it, and there's volleyball and stuff. But there were so many resorts back to back to back to back to back that we maybe had I don't even think it was 30-yard stretch of beach that we were allowed to go to. And then there were security guards standing where your demarcation line was. So you could not cross over. You couldn't like do a whole walk up and down the beach because they're like, this is a different private resort that you're not a member of. So there was just like your area that you were allowed to hang out in.
Were they armed?
They weren't, I don't think so, but they were like, big dudes.
Hey, get off the beach.
And then we were also, it's the Atlantic Ocean, so it looks like Myrtle Beach.
Right.
It's murky brown water.
Yeah.
I mean, it was fine.
I mean, people go
was-
to this place because they're super cheap.
And that's exactly what it was. For
Right.
the two of us, an all-inclusive stay for, I think it was 5 days and 4 nights.
And frankly, if
it
you're
was
just
like $1,500, maybe?
Right. If you're just looking to get out of Dodge for a few days, you could do a hell of a lot worse. It's when people want to like get off the resort and go looking around. Like that's when things start to, you can find yourself in a really bad spot.
I got super, super sick the second day we were there, and I was in the room for 2 full days.
Mhm.
And then I got to be
That's a
out with
vacation.
everyone like the last day.
That's a good vacation.
So that's probably tainting my memory of it too. But
Yeah,
when
you
I
really
think,
got to
like,
be intimate with that room.
Yeah, when I think of like, when I hear all-inclusive like beach resort, I'm thinking white sand, crystal blue water, like luxury, like top of the line. type of place.
Well, those are there. They just ain't $1,500
Right.
for a week. Yeah. They're like $1,500 a night.
Yeah.
And worth the money. Alan, I want to go to the Keys, but I don't want to drive on that bridge either. I'm afraid.
I'm sure they have. I think Key West has an airport.
Yeah, they'd have to.
You can fly from Miami to Key West.
Have you ever been on one of those seaplanes where it lands on the water? Would you ever go on one of those?
Yeah, sure. I've been on one of those.
Pontoon plane?
I don't know. Is that what it's called?
I think so.
Where you just
Uses
land
pontoons.
right up to the island? Like that's wild, dude. Because you are like arranging yourself so specifically, so strategically, so you don't like outweigh the plane or whatever. You know, there's a weight limit. Like even your luggage. That's what Aaliyah died on. That's why I wouldn't want to do it.
You don't want to go on a seaplane because of Aaliyah.
Yeah, she's as big a star as it gets, and she died in one of those planes.
Yeah, but they had a dumb pilot who couldn't count. Or she put another person on the plane, right? That was her fault.
I
Not
don't
to
know.
shame the victim,
I think
but
they said that
they were cutting corners, or they wanted an extra person on the plane, and they're like, no, it's fine. I'm famous. It'll be fine. And the guy was probably like, no, I'm telling you, this is not going to be good. Kyle, you know who I am? Come on.
Yeah, they said
I need my crew. That's what that was.
I always heard that story when I was younger. They were like, she was out there shopping, and she had all this luggage, and then the plane went down. I'm like, man, it really be like that? Like you have an extra suitcase, and then the plane goes down? That's trifling.
Did the luggage eventually wash up on shore? Did anybody bystanders benefit from her recent purchases?
It crashed on land. It didn't fall in the sea.
Oh. Yeah, but okay. Did that luggage show up on land? Did anybody benefit from her retail purchases?
I don't know.
Oh.
I didn't dive that far into it.
Good pun. Okay, well. How did they crash a seaplane on land? Weren't they going over the water, hence the seaplane?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, if they're on a seaplane, it's picking them up on the water.
I think they do
Essentially
CN
taking
land.
them to another island. Did they crash once they got over the island?
I thought there was wheels inside of those little things. And
I think there are.
Like, it can come out, like, it doesn't, because the other airport that it lands on doesn't necessarily have to be on the sea. It just has the ability to go on in the sea, right? I don't know.
I mean, I've been on one. I've never flown one.
It was
so
one of
I don't
those small island planes in, like, the Bahamas. So I think it launched from, like, an airport.
Well, she was on a twin-engine Cessna, so she wasn't on a seaplane.
Okay.
She was on, it was like a small little light aircraft. They were going from the Bahamas to an airport in Florida. And they wanted to get back to the mainland. They were supposed to go the next day, wanted to go back to the mainland. And the plane that was available to take them back was smaller than the one that they flew out on. And they still had to fit the same number of people and equipment on the plane. So it crashed and caught fire shortly after takeoff. So it didn't even get up in the air. That's what always amazes me, is that you can crash and die from 200 feet. I mean, yeah. That's high, but I'm just saying, I mean, you're barely up in the air. You think that, you know, I'm sure there's been similar situations, just the luck of the draw, but probably similar situations where, like, the pilot can get it under control, and I don't know.
There's a lot of phobias where I'm like, that's silly, but I get why people are afraid to fly. Just because you're at the mercy of someone else, and, like, if you go down, there's a period in which it's not like a car accident where it happens so fast you don't know what's going on. There's a period in time where you're like, we're going to crash, and those 30, 45 seconds is just misery. Like, you're literally seeing your death happen.
They said the aircraft was carrying one more passenger than it was certified for, and it was overloaded by 700 pounds. Yeah, that'll do it. The pilot had cocaine and alcohol in his system to boot. So and that probably didn't.
That doesn't help.
It'd be fine.
Yeah, I did the cocaine to try and cancel out the alcohol. I don't see what the problem is. Just a little landing gear.
Yeah.
Just screw it. It'd be fine.
But even under the influence of coke and alcohol, he tried to tell them, this is going to be too heavy. And they're like, nah, we'll be okay. We want to get back to Miami.
I trust pilots when they say this is going to be too heavy. Like,
Yes.
We'll take 2 flights.
Guy's pupils are like dinner plates. He's trying to tell him, this is too heavy. This is not going to be good. But she was flexing her muscle, saying, you got to get us back to Miami.
God, I miss Aaliyah. She would have been the Beyonce if Beyonce wasn't Beyonce.
What about an alternate universe where Beyonce dies in a plane crash?
No, that's sad.
That's very sad. We never would have gotten her country album.
We would have had to settle for an Aaliyah country album.
Yeah. Oh, God. Well, they have that Aaliyah. She's in Detroit. They have that Aaliyah mural in Detroit. She looks lovely. But I assume that it's how she looked before the plane crashed. That would just be rude to do after. I got to take a break. Want to go see the Red Hot Chili Peppers? They are making their way to Cleveland this summer. They're going to play Blossom in July, if you want to go see them. I'll have a couple of tickets for you coming back. 35192 to text for anything else. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Tonight, partly cloudy down to 47. Tomorrow, cloudy, some afternoon rain. High tomorrow, 67. Then Friday, showers and thunderstorms still possible. Friday's high, 51.
This report is sponsored by Oaks Roofing and Siding.
Your home's roof should be built to last. Like the reputation of Oaks Roofing and Siding, they have hundreds of reviews backing up their quality. For free design, estimate, and payments as low as $99 a month, call 866-661-OAKS or visit oaksroofingandsiding.com.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey there, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. You know what? Closer to the beginning of the year, a lot of people made the resolution that they were going to start taking better care of themselves. That doesn't just mean nailing your diet down, going to the gym a little bit more. Sleep is a massive part of that. And if your night sleeps are being interrupted or you're just not comfortable or whatever, it could very simply be your mattress. You know, they're so expensive, you go to big box stores, that you can't blame people for hanging on to mattresses long after they should. Northeast Factory Direct, in addition to everything else they do, they've got mattresses for you that will cost a fraction of the price that they would cost you elsewhere because they don't have hefty markups and they don't have big brands to support. Their Sleep Easy collection, made right here in the U.S. exclusively for Northeast Factory Direct. So you're not skimping on anything at all. Whatever kind of mattress you want, memory foam, gel foam, whatever you're partial to. All the sizes, and you're going to pay way less for it, and you're going to have a great night's sleep. And you can check that box with Northeast Factory Direct. You can go walk into any one of their locations. There's 4 of them all throughout Northeast Ohio, or you can get online and look around the Sleep Easy collection and more at northeastfactorydirect.com.
Ever wonder what's around the next corner? Past the trees, into the canyons, over the mountains, or through the desert. That's where adventure lives. Take a Nissan SUV and go find it.
The Planet Fitness Black Card is packed with perks. You can bring a friend for free anytime and so much more. Get it all for just $1 down, $24.99 a month. Deal ends March 15th.
Planet Fitness is the preferred gym of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
See Home Club for details.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Appetites.
Hi,
I'm AJ Petiti. Spring is in the air at Petiti Garden Centers, and it's time to wake up the lawn with Scott's 4-Step. Pick up your Scott's 4-Step program at Petiti's and receive a free $20 Petiti gift card plus a mail-in rebate. It's also a great time to shop our spring patio furniture collections, available now at 40% off plus free setup and delivery. We're also hiring at all locations. View all available positions at petitigardencenter.com and apply online today. Petiti's were locally grown and family owned since 1971.
Auto show savings are here at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 Kia dealer.
We've got all the hot new 2024 Kia models, over 800 on sale, including Seltos, K5, Sportage, Sorrento, Forte, Soul, Carnival, and Telluride. Price starts from just $19,988. That's right, $19,988. Like a new 24 Kia Forte LX. Buy with as low as 0% APR financing for 60 months. Zero down. 0% financing for 60 months. Got a trade? We want to pay it off, regardless of what you owe. At Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Or online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
$1,667 per thousand financed on a 24 Kia EV6 plus tax, tag, title, and dock fee on approved credit through KMF. #1 in overall retail Kia sales in the Central region from 1/1 to 12/31/23 per Kia Motors year-end sales report expires 4/30/24.
All rise.
In a Massachusetts courtroom, the judge concluded that the defendant shredded evidence in the case. The defendant, Bernie Marino, who was sued for stealing his employees' pay. So before the trial, Marino shredded the evidence against him. Shadiness is a pattern with Marino, who quietly supported amnesty for millions of illegals, but now pretends otherwise. You can tell a lot about someone's character by what he does when no one's watching. Bernie Marino flunks that test. And Secretary of State Frank LaRose is no better. LaRose quietly
Good.
All right, we're going to go see the return of the Red Hot Chili Peppers, their Unlimited Love 2024 tour. Bringing them through Blossom. They're bringing Sun Kuti and Iron Tom. Chili Peppers always like to put some interesting support in front of people. So that'll round out the lineup there. Monday, July 22nd is when it happens out at BlossomLiveNation.com. Always has the details for you. These 2 tickets for you. Put you out at Blossom mid-July to see the Chili Peppers. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Death is a touchy subject. Unless you're killing all your time with this, then just keep touching.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
It's when the Chili Peppers still had something to prove. Out in your face. This is before all their songs were about California. Title song, The Blood Sugar Sex Magic, Red Hot Chili Peppers on the Buzzard. I like those guys. You ever see the Chili Peppers?
Yeah.
They're good live.
Saw them at one of the years they closed out. Was it Sonic Temple before a Sonic Temple?
Yeah, Rock on the Range.
Rock on the Range.
Yeah.
I saw them do that. They sounded great.
I saw the Chili Peppers a long time ago. Their opening act was a brand new band called the Foo Fighters. And, boy, I don't know what happened to them, but the Chili Peppers still going strong. About an hour away, a little bit over, will be the Poundcake Sports Break, which we do here on Wednesdays. Cavaliers are in New Orleans tonight to play the Penguins. That's an 8 o'clock tip here on MMS. 7:30 is when that pregame coverage will begin. If you like to get the full bug with Michael Snyder and the whole Hee Haw gang, 7:30 tonight, then 8 o'clock tip-off. They're at the Smoothie King Arena, which one of our Louisiana bureau chiefs informed me shorthand is they call it the Blender. I don't know what the shorthand for the Pelicans are. Probably call them the Birds or something. Birds play that tonight at the Blender.
I don't know because I don't think I've ever actually met a Pelicans fan.
Right. You know, what's your favorite team? The Pelicans. Like, is Zion Williamson an active player for them?
Yeah.
He's playing. Okay.
I think so.
All right.
I don't think he's injured right now.
All I hear about is how, like, he's not in shape and they're mad at him all the time. And I don't know who else they have. So I just haven't kept my ear to the ground on that team. But maybe you have and want to. And tonight, 8 o'clock, you can. Cavs Pelicans here on the Buzzard. Last handful of opportunities, by the way, if you think you're good under the hoop, to go see Bill and myself. We're doing that Bud Light March Mini Hoops Challenge. And you can come out, play a little bit of Pop-A-Shot, and maybe get yourself to Las Vegas, because that's the grand prize, is we're going to get one big winner from all the qualifiers. I think the number to beat right now is 112.
Yeah.
I think you got a dude last Thursday night that shot 112.
So that is, if you go on YouTube and search, like, Pop-A-Shot Guinness Book of World Records, that's this guy. His name's Jay. Let me look up his last name. We had it from Amy.
Jay Kleteca?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jay Kleteca. He holds the Guinness record.
Oh, he's a ringer.
Yeah, well, but he hasn't played in years. He worked for the Cavs, got laid off during COVID. He'd go at like halftimes and do this. And I've seen him do it live at a Cavs game. And
doesn't seem like he's got much rust on him.
He's very good. And that was the round that counted, because then he did a few more rounds and kind of got back into his groove, and he was putting up 120s.
Okay.
So he is very, very good. At my highest, I put up 203 on one of those machines.
Wow.
So I'm a little rusty. I couldn't even get into the 120s. I was
My
hopping
highest
around like a 112. Did you get
I
bonus
got
time?
I got my record this past Saturday night at Garage Bar.
What'd you get?
26.
Pretty
Pretty proud of myself.
So he can do 100 more points.
Once I locked in and got my groove, boy, it was on like Donkey Kong.
So he is very, very good. So if you think you can knock off the world champ, then come on out.
Well, we get 2.
But either way, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, we get 2 qualifiers each appearance that we do, and then all of them will come back for the finals. But tomorrow night, Bill is going to be back in Willoughby at the Porch, right on Vine Street. That's from 7 to 9. Friday, he'll be at the Islander in Middleburg Heights from 7 to 9. And then I'll be at Hot Shots in Brunswick on Saturday from 5 to 7. Okay, 5 to 7. I'll be at Hot Shots in Brunswick on Saturday, and then we'll do the finals the following Saturday. But one person here in Northeast Ohio is going to win this whole thing and go to Vegas, and then somebody there gets that $10,000. It would be nice if the winner came back home to Northeast Ohio. But you can go to WMMS.com, hit the contest page, and you can see the full schedule of what remains to come out and hang, have some pops, and take your shot up there, quite literally. By the way, I was giving away those Cleveland home and remodeling tickets a little bit earlier at the IX Center. Did you see what else is coming to the IX Center?
No.
I saw this. Oh.
The train show.
I was going to send that to Bill and be like, you should go.
The world's greatest hobby on tour steams into the IX Center. It's a trainshow.com production. It's next weekend, Saturday and Sunday. So what? They just have, I was thinking that when you have an expo at the IX Center, it takes up the whole thing. This is running concurrently with the remodeling expo. If it's next weekend,
must be.
The 23rd and 24th.
Wow. So they got plenty of room in there.
80,000
small.
80,000 square feet of operating model railroads. That means they're super hot.
Is that just next weekend?
Yeah.
I'm going to be out of town. Damn it.
Well, it's a traveling train show, so maybe you can pick it up somewhere else.
Maybe. But
10 to 5 Saturday, 10 to 4 on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm going to be out I'm going to be in Omaha next weekend.
Trainshow.com. So Cleveland next weekend, Wheaton, Illinois, that's suburban Chicago. You could go to, oh boy,
Would they be in Columbus anytime soon?
They're going to be outside Pittsburgh in August.
Oh, okay.
Monroeville.
Monroe.
And they do like Virginia, Edison, New Jersey. You could go out for the train thing in August, crash at Mary's apartment in her bed.
No.
She'll sleep on the couch.
She will not.
I have nightmares about staying at other people's houses.
Why?
You have nightmares about staying at people's houses?
I just feel I feel intrusive. I don't know. Like it's just, and it was probably more induced by the amount of Mucinex night shift I was taking. That this seemed more like a panic than it normally would. But I had.
Oh, you were having fever dreams.
I was
about
having fever dreams about staying with people and just ruining everything and breaking people's stuff. And I was just like, well, that seems weird.
Why were you breaking people's things?
I don't know. It was my dream. It was an anxiety dream.
Yeah, you were just lumbering into things and breaking them,
or just
wow.
not feeling welcomed or not being welcomed.
I mean, I don't. It's always very kind, if we're traveling and we have friends there and they offer to let us stay there. But I want to stay in a hotel.
I usually want to stay in a hotel, but hotels in New York City are so expensive.
Understood.
So that's a place
but it's so worth it. It's so worth it.
Like, I'm gonna need to go out there at some point to promote my special, and I got like Mary. I don't know if I want to. Our friend Raj has a place to stay. Jim Twos is out there, so there's plenty of places that I can go and crash. But I definitely want to have a hotel a couple of nights just because I like my own space.
Well,
too.
Jim Twos is going to be in here tomorrow.
He's crashing with me.
You should ask him. Quid pro quo, homie.
Yeah, he's staying on my couch tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm. But I think what?
I was just saying that I just had this situation happen this weekend in Minneapolis where the club I'm playing is like a smaller room, so they don't give you hotel.
Right.
So my girlfriend was like, oh, stay with us. We have a 2-bedroom apartment, or we have an apartment and you can sleep on the couch, and the dog sleeps on the couch sometimes, but you can share it. And I was just like, man, I'm 34. Like,
no,
I don't want to sleep on your couch. And plus, if they're like, wake up early and then I'm in the living room, I always feel that's
You're
what
never
I don't
too
like.
old to couch surf, man.
But what I'm saying is, like, if your boyfriend or a partner or whatever is getting up for work at 6:30, and now I'm in the common area while he's trying to do his morning routine or whatever. I don't know. I don't like staying. If it's a guest room, that's different. But sleeping on someone's couch, I always feel in the way.
Yeah, that's
what you do is you set your alarm for before he gets up. So
And
by
then
the
what?
time he gets up, you're sitting there just staring out the window in like a chair.
That's weird.
Oh, that'll make them feel more comfortable.
Yeah.
That'll ease all the
This is not
awkwardness.
about, no, come on. You're sitting there staring at, and he'll make small talk. And you won't say anything. You won't say a single thing to him. And then he'll walk over and look around to see if, in fact, you're still breathing. And when he does that, you'll hold your breath. And so when he invariably puts like a spoon under your nose, he won't see anything. And then he'll call his girlfriend into the room. Your friend.
Yes.
Right? He'll call her in and he'll go, I'm not quite sure what's going on here, but you need to come out here. I think something's going on with Mary. And then he goes in to get her. She comes back out. You're on the couch leafing through a magazine.
Yeah. Totally normal.
Yeah. He goes, "What? Are you okay?" Yeah. I've been sitting here for the last hour. I'm having some coffee.
Or
So not only have they accommodated you, but you're gaslighting her boyfriend into thinking that he's having some kind of power outage up in the brain meat.
Or just get a hotel and sleep as late as I
You
want.
could
and I
do
don't have
that.
to. I don't have to.
But if there's nobody to watch you stare out the window not breathing, that's no fun.
Well, I'm mainly looking forward to sleeping and doing nothing all day. And I feel like when you're at someone's house, you can't really do that.
Yeah, that's true.
If you're in the living room and they have things to do, you're now a part of whatever they have to do.
Or you have to just go out and be like, oh, I'm just going to go
And
somewhere.
then you're just going to go waste time out. Whereas if I get a hotel, I can sleep till 6, 7 o'clock at night.
Well, that's a huge thing, right?
What?
That's a huge pro for hotels.
Sleep.
Yes.
Yes.
Or just kind of having your own space and kicking it or whatever. What if a customer suggested this? When the boyfriend gets up to get ready for work, you just climb into his side of the bed and you'll be all nice and warm and
I
cozy.
could do that. That's not so bad.
Spoon your friend.
Yeah, we're close.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Bill's going to be there in August
What
to
you
bunk
should
with you.
do
so-
is just see if you can stay at Chad's house, Chad Daniels' house, because him and Kelsey are always on the road anyway. And just, I'm sure they have a guest room.
In
And just-
Minneapolis?
Yeah.
I really am looking forward to having nothing to do in a hotel, though. I've had things, I don't think I've had a full day
You know what that
with nothing to do in months. Stop it. It's no joke, dude. I just want to sleep. Like, that's all I want to do is
I
wanna
thought that
sleep.
was a model train.
No.
It's like, that's my hobby. You get your own hobby that I haven't even gotten yet, that I just aspired to have.
You thought that was a model train? That
I'm
noise.
not. I don't have a model train yet, Alan. I
Oh,
don't know
I'm
what they
sorry.
sound like.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Is that a
that's
model
fair
train?
enough.
Oh my
That's a real train.
Listen to that horn! Oh my God! Oh, she's beautiful.
You don't think that guy has model trains at home?
He
Hells yes,
probably
he does.
but
Yep.
that's not what the model train
Reverend
sounds like.
Lovejoy when he gets home.
Oh, I can't wait. I saw a video of a guy just getting the correct, like, miniature gravel to grade the tracks
It's
to make it
it's
look
probably
more
the same as
authentic.
aquarium gravel, isn't
It's
it?
something like that, but it's smaller. It's a finer, but it's not sand. It's little gravel.
Wow, little gravel.
Oh.
Gotta love it.
One of these days,
Mm.
I'm gonna know nothing about what's happening in the world, and I'm just gonna have a little town.
You and your trains.
That's just all.
Are you gonna be wearing
all my
bibs and a
focus.
conductor hat too?
What do you think I'm
The full getup?
Do you think I'm not? I'm the I'm the conductor. You gotta have the proper gear.
Yeah.
To conduct the train.
All right.
Hey, who's this?
Hello, Bill.
Oh, who's this?
Bill, you know who this is. Can you hear me, Bill?
I mean, barely.
Oh, Bill. Oh, no, Bill. Bill, it's Wilhelmina.
Can you turn your phone up a little bit?
I'm on that. I'm on Chipotle Mobile, Bill.
Okay.
I can. I'm on Chick-fil-A Mobile.
Well, how you doing, Wilhelmina?
Oh, Bill. I miss you so much.
I've been here. I mean, I was gone yesterday and the day before, but
I heard you were sick, Bill.
yeah, I wasn't feeling very well. I had a very bad cough, and I didn't think that'd be good to come in and talk and cough into the microphone a bunch for 2 days.
Did you have anybody taking care of you, Bill?
Nope, all by myself. I take care of my own self.
I thought you had some new hoe that would come in and take care of you.
Well,
Bill.
she lives at her house, and she wasn't available.
Why didn't she come and...
I didn't need anybody. I wasn't that sick. I was able to take care of myself. She offered to.
I would have taken care of you, Bill.
I didn't need anybody to.
Why didn't you call me?
I don't know your number, and I'd like to keep it that way.
You know my number, Bill. I sent it to you.
I know, but I keep losing it. My phone doesn't make calls to that area code for whatever reason.
Then why doesn't it doesn't make calls to my area code?
Correct.
I have the same area code, Bill.
It's very strange. For whatever reason, whenever I try to call your number, it doesn't work. So maybe you don't accept out or incoming calls.
I don't believe you, man.
I'm not trying. I'm just. But the thing is, I'm fine, and I didn't need to be taken care of. I was able to take care of myself. I had my dog there with me to cuddle me while I was feeling ill, and so I'm better now, feeling much better.
Oh yeah, you sound just fine, Bill. You sound right as rain.
Well, thank you. I feel much better.
Fine, Bill. I see how it is. This is terrible, isn't it?
It's so low.
It's terrible. This is awful.
You got it all the way cranked up?
Yes! I don't know what you're talking about.
Push it higher.
It's all the way. My phone is all the way up, Bill. It's all the way up.
That only made it quieter.
Yeah, what? This is stupid Chick-fil-A Mobile, Bill.
Can you talk louder?
What? No!
That seems to make it better.
Oh, come on, Bill. You're cutting out.
Oh, well.
I want to check on you and see if you're okay.
I'm okay.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Bill, goodbye.
Bye.
Yikes.
$100?
$100.
You gotta mess with some settings on that.
I'm gonna have to.
I
Break,
mean, Wilhelmina does.
Yeah, she's gonna have to break out the soldering iron or something. All right, I gotta take
Maybe it needs phantom power.
another break here. We'll get to the Poundcake Sports break a little bit later on, closer to 5:30. If you want to text for anything, 35192 here in the break, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
I had a lot of dumb looks when I was a kid. I remember shaving lines in the side of my head because Vanilla Ice did it. That was cool at the time.
Yeah, I had a lot of bad haircuts. I remember trying to get it to stick up, so you put Elmer glue in your hair just to, instead of the gel wouldn't hold it.
Did you really?
The strongest gel would not do it, so you'd have to
glue. You would put in your hair.
Yeah,
Are you serious?
Oh yeah. Oh,
it
for
wouldn't
sure.
look like you were a bukkake party guy afterwards.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Alan. Your time is important, no matter what your age or stage in life. Like me, you're busy. That's why you should donate your car to Cars for Kids right now. Cars for Kids offers hassle-free, quick pickup to every donor, so you save precious time, and you can fill out the online form easily at carsforkids.org. They'll send somebody over the next day to tow away away that old or unusable car, Cars for Kids is hands down the quickest, fastest way to get rid of your car. Do a good thing, and you won't lose any time from your schedule doing it. Go to carsforkids.org today, and remember, that's cars with a K.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Charles Barkley in a pickup game.
We'll take Barkley.
Ha! First pick! Sorry, kids! Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no
This report is sponsored by Anthony Jeselnik at the State Theater. Don't miss your chance to see stand-up comedian Anthony Jeselnik on his Bones and All tour. Coming to Cleveland's Playhouse Square on March 16th. Limited tickets available starting at $29.50. Get tickets now at playhousesquare.org.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
She likes kielbasa, that's her dish. She likes kielbasa better than fish.
We were talking about plastics and stuff earlier, and I had gotten you'll recall I had gotten a tuna fish sandwich that had part of the bumper of a 96 Honda Civic in it. And, of course, it led to all kinds of litigation and whatever. But it was water under the bridge. But if you have purchased any Johnsonville sausages, you know, that's one of your big sausage brands, by the way, Johnsonville. There in your grocer's freezer, they have recalled a whole lot of their kielbasa because they found pieces of rubber in them.
Ooh.
You know, I keep chewing this, and it doesn't seem to go anywhere. I'm chewing and chewing and chewing and chewing, and nothing seems to happen to it. It's almost like I've got a dog toy in my mouth. Now, you might be one of those people that really likes rubber in your sausages. And then, in which case, Johnsonville sounds like the brand for you. But just keep that in mind. We're more of a Kogel family at Casa Cox.
I eat a lot of sauce.
Ring bologna in the air fryer. You're going to serve that curve, baby.
Like that Jimmy Dean myself.
There you go.
I want it to pop, though. If I get a sausage, I want it to have that crunch to it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Yeah, the casing.
We had, at this restaurant I used to work at, we had like a Cleveland Polish boy on the menu. And that kielbasa, we would take it and flash fry it. So it had, like, after it was fully cooked on the flat top or whatever, however they cooked it, grilled it, and then they would just really quickly put it in the deep fryer so that it had like even more of that crunch. Ooh, I love that.
You want the crunch and the pop.
Yeah.
Huh.
And then fries and coleslaw and barbecue on top, baby.
That sounds so good.
Like in a giant pile?
Yeah, that's what a Cleveland po' boy is. It's the sausage, fries,
in a
coleslaw,
bun.
Sausage in a bun, fries and coleslaw on top, and then either barbecue sauce or hot sauce.
That's a Cleveland po' boy?
Yeah.
Really?
Some places do it different. That's how we had it on our menu, and that's I've had it like probably 2 or 3 different places, and that's how I've always had it. Fries, coleslaw, hot sauce or barbecue, Polish sausage.
Are you considered a wimp if you tell them to leave one of those ingredients off?
I don't think so.
Like if I said, hey, I want a po' boy, hold the sausage.
So you want a French fry coleslaw sandwich?
I mean, when you put it that way, it sounds delicious. I didn't know what that was called.
Listen, man,
Let me write that down. What did you? A French fry? What was it?
French fry and coleslaw sandwich.
Yes, that's what I want.
You're paying for it.
On a poppy seed bun.
Randy Taylor. I don't know where you people come from. I don't know if you test your products, your quantity of your product. Your products are very delicious. Love your sausage for 30-something years, but I can't take and feed a family of 5 on a little 12-ounce roll of sausage. I don't mind paying you more money for your 16-ounce roll of sausage, but you don't have it anymore. You've got a 12-ounce roll, and you've got 3 men that weigh over 200 pounds apiece, a woman that's a little plump Scotch girl, and a daughter who's 13 and you're going to try to take a 12-ounce roll of sausage and a couple of dozen eggs and feed that, it ain't going to work. And I'm not going to purchase your product anymore or ever again. And as far as your 16-ounce and maple and sage, I don't eat that. I'm not from the north. I'm a Texas man. Jimmy Dean sausage is for southern people to eat with the breakfast, with the fried eggs and the T-bone steaks. And I can't see going to a little 12-ounce package to feed 4, 5, 6 people. And I'm not
ain't
gonna buy
from the
2
north.
of those 12-ounce.
Texas man.
I ain't into your sage sausages, even though sage is literally one half of the word sausage. I want nothing to do with it. I ain't from the north. Of course, to him, north means like Arkansas.
Called his daughter Plump. He's got a daughter.
Wife is plump. Yeah, the daughter's 13. Now, based on how he's describing the rest of the family, she is probably also plump. Nobody calls his wife like a round Scotch girl or a plump Scotch girl. The classic Jimmy Dean sausage complaint call.
It's so good.
And he's so nice about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not buying your product
measured.
now
He
or
just-
ever again.
He just says, hey, you had a customer. I would have paid more. I want the 16-ounce, not the 12-ounce.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not great at math, but
Man
that
of
sounds to me,
principle.
that sounds like a differential of 4 ounces where I come from. And I am from the north. And I can feel his pain. Some barbecue places throw pulled pork on their po' boys. Well, yeah, you have to, right? If you're a barbecue place, you're putting pulled pork on everything. You're putting pulled pork on your cereal. Shout out to the Circle K on Bath Road in Cuyahoga Falls for having the show on. Hey, thanks. Bath Road Circle K in Cuyahoga Falls. Nice. Appreciate it. Huh?
I think I've been there.
You probably have. Maybe they saw you and they go, oh my God, that's the Mary Santora. The Mary Santora, who's clearly in town to perform at the Funny Stop.
That already happened.
I know, but you said you had been in there before.
Yeah.
So maybe they put 2 and 2 together. I'm sure that's got to... I always like when people hit me up and go, hey, I was in this, store, place of business, and the show was on. And I always think about the people who are in there just going about their day and have no clue what they're listening to. Nor do they care, but something might strike them the wrong way. I envision them maybe dipping in to get something last minute for dinner. And they've got their kid in tow, and they get back, they hear something, and they get back in the car, and the kid starts, peppering the parents with questions. Alan, what train scale is Bill into? I don't know anything about
I
those.
don't
so,
know
yeah.
yet because I haven't. This is a pastime that I want to get into. I have not gotten into it yet. This is my retirement. When I'm retired, I will get into this. I will go full on model trains. Right now, I know nothing about it. So I don't have a train scale that I'm into.
It's still, out of all of the retirement hobbies, it sounds expensive.
Well, I plan on being real frivolous with my money.
Oh, okay. You're just going to blow it all on model trains.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Well, they've
That
got
way
a lot
the
of...
government can't get it.
Yeah, they've got a lot of model train things at Menards. You can get over there. They've got they've got all the little pieces to build the town.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of them are branded. So let's say you want a Chick-fil-A in your town. They'll have that. You buy the little Chick-fil-A or the little Dunkin' Donuts or whatever.
The little protester out front.
Yes, that's right. Two diametrically opposed protesters out in front of Chick-fil-A. One of them angry that they're not open 7 days a week. The other one angry that they are donating to anti-LGBTQ candidates.
I thought it was going to be like a cow holding up the eat more chicken
Eat more
sign.
chicken.
That little gag that they do.
Shame on them. Shame on those protesters.
It's freedom of speech, freedom of assembly.
Okay, and it's my freedom to say shame on them. I
Of
didn't
course.
say stop them. I didn't
Of course
say
it
arrest
is.
them.
Oh, shame on them. You want them to be shamed.
Shame, yeah.
Why?
Because Chick-fil-A ain't do nothing to nobody. They're just existing.
They're
and
literally
they-
protesting because they have.
They have their beliefs.
Sure do. And your beliefs are that their food is delicious.
And
More deliciouser than all kinds of other places.
they're the top They are the top fast food place. I can't think of a better fast food place than Chick-fil-A.
Wendy's.
Because you can get breakfast anytime.
Nope, just
I'm
during
sorry?
breakfast hours only.
Oh.
But boy, is it good.
Oh, that's what that means.
Yeah.
Breakfast hours only.
Yep,
I
yep.
see. Well, listen, everybody's got to plant their flag in something, and Poundcake for many years now, this is no new development, for many years now, has defied the expectations of the LGBTQ community, and he's not the only one.
They made a whole song about it.
Who's they?
Drag queens. It's called Chow Down, and they're in the middle of West Hollywood. They're at the Chick-fil-A in West Hollywood. So it's okay to some gays.
Is it a song full of expletives? Chow down at Chick-fil-A?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Don't quote me on that. I don't think so, though.
Okay. Well, anyway.
A lot of sexual innuendo, though.
What? With drag queens?
Yeah. Really
Oh,
funny.
come on. I thought that was family friendly. Hey, Rick.
What's up, Alan?
How are you?
I'm doing good. You were talking about the po' boys and the fries on top. It's like, I saw on the Food Channel, it's like, oh, man, the Primanti brothers. You got to go there in Pittsburgh. We went there. Horrible.
Well, I assume you went there sober. I never once had Primanti brothers sober.
Yes, we did, actually. We were sober, and it was, like, not good.
Yeah, I know there are locals who will swear by Primanti brothers, but again, I consider that drunk food of the highest order. I never once had it sober.
I agree. But
some people love it.
We went on a Saturday afternoon, and it looked great, but it's like once you eat it, it's like, this is for hisins, I guess. So
For what?
For hisins, or whatever they call it.
Yinzers?
Yinzers.
Yinzers.
For hisins.
I'm calling them
I'm
hisins
sorry,
now.
I'm
That's the new. No, dude, we got a new slur. I love it.
Hisins and hers.
All right, have a good day, guys.
Okay, thank you. There's Rick there in Parma. I don't think they have a Primanti brothers around here. I mean, they have them like out Steubenville way, but I don't think
One
they've.
in Indianapolis, too.
Do they really? I don't think that they've made their way out here.
I don't think they would be accepted in Cleveland.
Oh yeah, there's one in the closest one is in Niles, out Warren Way.
Panini's is our version. That's with the coleslaw and fries on the sandwich.
But those are pretty much all gone too.
There's one in Westlake again.
There's one in
Yeah.
Westlake and Brunswick.
Yeah,
But
there
most of
used
them
to
are
be-
gone, yeah.
There used to be like a lot of them, and now there's maybe those two left.
There's Brunswick, Chagrin Falls, Hopkins Airport.
There was
Euclid.
there used to be like one across from the other one. It was,
Yeah, yeah.
It was like Subways.
Still one in Kent. Oh, Brunswick! I'm going to be out there on Saturday night.
Oh,
well, night.
What time?
5 to 7.
Oh,
Night-ish.
Dusk.
The sun will still be out. Yeah. Is that the witching hour? When's the witching hour? Is it dusk
I don't
or
know.
just when
I don't know no witches.
moon is high in the sky?
It's whenever you feel the witchiest.
I do know some witches, and even they don't know when it is, which leads me to believe that either witches can't tell time or that they're operating on a completely different plane than the rest of us are.
Well, that's great because they could go to your event in Brunswick and then pop over to my event, my comedy show in Akron at Wild Oscars, right there, downtown Akron, beneath the Akron Civic Theater.
How long of a haul is it from Brunswick to Akron?
Probably 40 minutes.
40 minutes?
It's not close.
Oh,
There's just
okay.
not really.
I didn't know.
Maybe 30.
There's no
It-
good route to get
Yeah,
there
there's no.
quickly.
You have to like go across. And
You
there's
said
not
they could
anything.
pop over. This is 38 minutes it's showing.
Yeah, you gotta pop on over. 38 minutes, no big deal.
Wow.
Just get there.
Stroll
Guys,
through.
just pop on over to Minneapolis.
Yeah.
That shows at Sisyphus as well.
You got to go through Copley and Montrose and wow. Okay. All right. Well, conversely, maybe you're partying in Akron and are going to go see Bill. Just pop over to Brunswick and see me
Boom.
ahead of time.
There you go.
Yeah. Make a night of it. Oh, you're in Minneapolis the rest of this week, Mary.
Yeah, well, no, I have a college gig tomorrow in Oxford at Miami of Ohio.
Yeah.
And then I'm in Minneapolis Friday, Saturday.
How do you think that Miami gig is going to go? Have you
I
done
think
that
it's
school
gonna be
before?
Really well. Well, I'm doing this. I'm opening for Marcelo Hernandez, so he's a big deal.
Right.
So it's not going to be. I don't think.
It's not going to be in a lunchroom.
Yes, I don't think they'll have him performing during buffet time of a Valentine's Day event. I don't think that'll be.
What if
I think this is like an
'cause
actual in the theater like type of a deal.
We know he's getting good money because he's on SNL, but what if it is? What if it's
That'd be
still
crazy. I mean,
just-
for the money he's probably getting,
Yeah.
screw it. But yeah, I'm sure it'll go well.
Can you
Tell
tell
him
me
I
what
said
type of
hi, and I miss him, and to text me back once in a while.
He doesn't text anybody back.
I haven't texted him in 2 years.
No, he's
anyway,
big
it's fine.
time now.
He's afraid to get canceled.
Big time in everybody.
I'm just saying, what's up? Like, I don't think I'm going to get canceled for like, hey, Bill,
He doesn't
happy
want-
birthday.
He doesn't want people screenshotting his text or something.
And then send me a voice message.
Can
Also, probably very busy.
I'm not. that
Also,
worried
not
about
everybody
it.
thinks the way
Yeah.
Cody
I'm
does.
talking to
about things.
Cody.
Yeah, okay.
That Cody's. It's not about getting canceled. It's about him having an
A lot
acting
going on,
career.
Or he
yeah.
might have an assistant or something. Can you go in his green room and tell me what type of snacks he has in there?
What is your deal?
What?
What do you? He's a healthy guy. He eats probably healthy.
But I
snacks.
wonder what type of food he has. I want to know what type of food celebrities have in their green room. That's all.
So weird.
Why is that weird?
Because what does it matter?
Because it's
Why don't you just become a celebrity and then you get to decide?
working on it. I wanna see-
Are you?
I want to know what to demand in my green room.
Whatever you like. Like when comedy clubs ask me if there's anything specific I want, I usually say bottled water and sugar-free Red Bull. Anything else is fine. I'm sure you have some kind of chicken tenders I can eat, but usually I like to have a sugar-free Red Bull before my shows. That's really the only specific thing that I request.
So SNL must be off this week then, if he's in Miami, Ohio on a Thursday night.
Yeah, I think
He might be coming back on Saturday. I have no idea.
They're probably off. They would be in the middle of a writing week. They'd
Probably
be
flies on a private jet.
No.
It's
taking American Airlines.
Private jet.
Don't go on those 737 fall apart ones.
The Max, the 737 Boeing Max.
I don't think it's that one. But his agency booked my flights for me, and I'm in economy. I don't know if he'll be in economy too, though. I would assume he'd be in first class, probably.
Well, Ryan Gosling and Kristen Wiig are both going to be doing separate episodes of SNL in April. Ryan Gosling and Chris Stapleton will be the musical guest.
Ooh, that'll be a good one.
And Kristen Wiig with musical guest Ray. I don't know who that is. R-A-Y-E.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
But yeah, then Monday, I don't have a show, so I'm really looking forward to chilling on Monday. I scheduled a massage.
Hey,
relax. I'm gonna go grocery shopping and do laundry and have a day.
Well, yeah, there you go. What is Poundcake doing to work on being a celebrity?
My Cake by the Lake.
I'm sorry?
My Cake by the Lake.
His 20-minute Instagram live TV show.
Cake by the Lake.
15
Okay.
minutes.
Yeah.
15 minutes. I'm sorry.
I'm not verified, so I can only post 15-minute clips. And I looked into that. Bill told me that there was a loophole around it, and I did it, and it didn't do anything. You still can only post. Now, granted, I think I can do
They're trying to hold you down.
I guess so. They're trying to make me pay for it, and I'm like, I can't pay for it. But I think a loophole is you can make a swipe. Like you can post one, and then you swipe, and then there's another 15-minute video, but it just won't be all posted in as one, which is weird. But I'll still keep it to 15 minutes.
There was a dude who went to the doctor because he was getting terrible migraines, a guy in Florida. Really, really bad migraines. And so they're talking to him about, does he have any kind of exercise regimen? This guy's 52 years old. He's my age. And, what's your diet like? And he mentioned to them that he really, really likes undercooked bacon. He has a you can see where this is going. He has a lifelong preference for undercooked bacon. And so, yeah, that's right. Yep. Trichinosis, undercooked pork. By the way, not to be confused, a very important distinction, trichinosis, not to be confused with trichomoniasis, which is that STD that gives you gals a smelly hoo-ha. Those are two completely separate things.
The stinky pink.
This guy had a tapeworm
in his pork too.
He had a tapeworm in his brain. So it wasn't just that he had, they pulled tapeworms out of his brain.
Dude.
And they did CAT scans and stuff. And he's like, why do I have headaches? All I do is eat uncooked bacon. And so they went in, they're like, oh, yeah, you got all kinds of, you got a tapeworm. But again, you got to look at the upside of this. Then you become like a case study in all these medical journals.
No way, man.
Well, I mean.
That's one way to get famous, Poundcake.
Yes.
Start eating.
Get yourself a tapeworm, homie.
Yeah.
You thought you were
make that
thin
your
before.
celebrity snack. Undercooked bacon.
I didn't want to be the snack for the animals.
You thought you were skinny before.
Hey, you never know how it's going to go because there's an episode of Futurama where Fry gets worms and they make him smarter and healthier.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the tapeworm doesn't eat your body; it eats your food.
Well, this one was eating his brain.
It was in his brain.
Well, that one. I'm saying Cody was like, what did he say? I still want to eat or something. What did you just say? Something along those lines.
He doesn't want to be the snack for the.
Yeah, that's it. You're not the snack. I thought tapeworms ate your nutrients, and that was the problem with them.
Well,
normally, if they're in your gut, but if they're in your brain,
if it
that's
travels
different-
to your brain. If you have so many that one's like, there's not enough food for me down here, I'll travel up your spine to your brain and feast on that.
I watched an episode of House the other day that had like a 28-foot tapeworm in someone's stomach. Blech.
Gross.
Yeah.
I've not kept up on House.
Oh, God, I'm cruising through it. I'm like halfway. I might even be
I
into
don't
season 4.
like serious shows. They just bum me out.
It's not
Give me
that serious,
Cheers.
though.
The people
I
are
mean, it's
dying
not
and
a
getting sick all the
comedy,
time.
But that, I
Though you
mean,
know they're not really dying, right? They're just
I know
actors.
that, but it's just not as fun as Cheers. I'm
in
liking
4
Cheers.
In 4 seasons, I think 2 people have died. He always cures them.
But even the drama of it, I like light and silly. Like
You don't like the
Cheers.
crossover episodes between whatever the Fox comedy was at the time and House? Where House would walk in and the whole place would go crazy. He'd open the door and then I don't know what was the big Fox comedy when
was
House
all like-
premiered.
I feel like it was all
Friends.
no, but not
Not
on
on
Fox.
Fox,
On
no.
Fox, it was.
It's too early for the Mick. What are the Fox
Oh.
comedies?
I feel like it's all
Family
animated
Guy?
shows. Arrested Development was on
Hank-
around then.
There you go.
What's Hank?
King of the Hill.
Yes.
Yeah, King of the Hill.
Fox.
It's not lupus.
Damn it, Bobby. It's not lupus. It's never lupus. Yeah, but it could be Gregory House walks in on Arrested Development. Job saws him in half. I've got a break. I want to go see that Joe Satriani, Steve Vai tour. You a guitar player or just like to watch guys shred, guys at the top of their game? Both of those guys. I don't know that just the two of them have gone up before. They do those G3 tours, but just the two of them. It's called the Satch Vai Tour. April 13th, they'll play MGM Northfield Park. I'll hook you up after the break.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, partly cloudy down to 47. Tomorrow, cloudy, some afternoon rain, high tomorrow 67. Then Friday, showers and thunderstorms still possible. Friday's high 51.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Levin is celebrating our 104th anniversary sale, and you'll save up to 50% off clearance and special buys. Get an extra 20% off store-wide. We pay your sales tax plus 5-year special financing with no money down at Levin.
Hey, it's Alan for Window Nation. With the weather still kind of goofy, yeah, it's a little bit warmer, a little bit nicer, sun's out longer, but March is really a great time of the year with all that going on to make sure that your home is comfy, specifically your windows. You know, every year you might have a couple of troublesome spots and you go, well, maybe I can get one more winter out of this. Well, maybe I can get one more summer out of this. In the meantime, your energy bills will be going all over the place because the furnace is constantly cranking on in the wintertime. The AC is always trying to keep up. In the summertime, brand new windows from Window Nation make you comfy all year long. Manage those energy bills a lot more effectively. And from the jump, you save a lot of money. They'll give you 2 free windows for every 2 you buy, and you pay nothing for them for 2 years. That means nothing down, no monthly, and 0% interest. So start at windownation.com. You can get a free in-home consultation. Super easy process. If you want to call, talk to somebody, 866-90-NATION. You redo your whole house with Window Nation windows. They'll throw you a free pair of Cavs tickets as well. So call them or get online and schedule your free consultation now. 2 free windows for every 2 you buy. No payments for 2 years with Window Nation. 866-90-NATIONS. Alan Cox was talking about it. Or go to windownation.com.
Hey, Mackenzie here. If you've been looking for a car, truck, or SUV that's in stock and ready for immediate delivery, you'll find it today at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. With 23 brands, 50 locations, and over 6,000 new and used vehicles in stock, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at the perfect price. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
All rise. In a Massachusetts
Tune in to Hello, John Doe, the new true crime podcast that investigates his harrowing journey and follows his quest to discover his true identity.
And I told him, I said, "You're not going to believe this." I said, "I don't blame you if you don't believe it, because this sounds crazy." And I started explaining, and he took the time to listen.
Listen to Hello, John Doe on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, you want to see two masters of their instrument. Joe Satriani and Steve Vai are going out one more time on the appropriately titled Satch Vai Tour. I don't know if they flip who closes every... I don't know how they do it. Joe Satriani and Steve Vai are going to play MGM Northfield Park on Saturday night, April the 13th. And if you want to be there, I have 2 tickets for you. Ticketmaster.com's got all the other details. You just be caller 10 right now, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome back.
Local DJ and all-around female orgasm denier, Alan Cox.
This is the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
Got the Poundcake Sports Break a few minutes away. It is his weekly foray into the world of sports, as he was named Cleveland's best sports talker. That was 2023, right? It was last year. And in his own inimitable fashion, we will figure out what's on his mind. Little Joe Satriani for the Buzzard, the great Jonathan Mover on the drums. Song called The Crush of Love. That'd be a good show. You got to really like watching guitarists noodle for 2 hours. But back in the day, boy, before these guys were even going out on tour, before somebody figured out, hey, you guys are selling a lot of records, you should just go out. I don't think the thought had been, well, can we do a full show that's instrumental? And so they started rounding up some of their guitar-playing friends and would take them out and do it. But that'd be a good show. If you like those guys, I mean, what do you want me to tell you? Cavaliers are playing tonight. They are in New Orleans to take on the Pelicans at the Smoothie King Center, or whatever it's called. Cavs Pelicans at 8 o'clock tonight on MMS. They will hit Houston to play the Rockets on Saturday and then head up to Indianapolis Monday night to play the Pacers as we get into the last few weeks of the regular season. The Cavs will return to the Romo Fijo 1 week from tonight to take on Chris Bosh and the Miami Heat. Is he still with them?
No.
I heard a story about someone from the Heat.
Dwayne Wade.
No, we were watching
LeBron James.
Are you done? Name one more.
Alonzo Mourning. Wasn't he play for the Heat?
Yeah, a long time ago. Long time ago.
All right,
He's
I'm sorry.
I guess he's a stone cold weirdo. And
Lamar Odom.
No. I think it starts with a J.
Jamal Mashburn.
I don't remember.
Jimmy Butler?
Yes.
Jimmy Butts.
So they were talking. I was in the green room last night at the stand, and this one guy was saying how his buddy went to school with Jimmy Butler, and how in the middle of class, Jimmy Butler would tell like wild stories about like how he was like, my mom's in the hospital and my younger sister died in a car accident, and he would like go through these whole big things, and then like after class one day, his buddy went up to Jimmy Butler and was like, man, I'm so sorry to hear that. Like, that's really crazy. And he's like, oh, no, I made all that up. And then he would do stuff.
He went to school with him in Texas or
time.
Marquette? Because he switched schools like halfway through.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I was half listening because I didn't really know who he was. And I asked, and I just remember him saying, oh, he's a player on the Heat. But I guess he's like a crazy person. Like he's a real jokester, and he does stuff like that constantly, like in interviews and things.
Well,
that, like, nobody
he's the
ever
guy
knows if
that
he's telling
does
the truth.
different hair every year when they take their team photos. So I think this past year he did the emo hair. A couple years ago he did like crazy braids, and he'll do stuff like that to troll. So that makes sense for him.
Yeah,
he also had like a pretty tough childhood. I think he bounced around to some foster homes and stuff like that. So
yeah, his dad split like right after he was born. Like the week he was born, his dad left. But we had him on the Bulls for a good long time. And he was, I don't know that he was
a great basketball player.
Yeah, I don't know that he was telegraphing all that weirdo stuff because they had gotten him right out of college. But
there's stories about him when he was playing with the Timberwolves. He wanted a trade and they wouldn't give it to him at that time. So he went into practice, played with the second team, and beat the crap out of the starters, and like was talking all this crap to the coach and the starters on the team, and then he got traded shortly after that because he disrespected them so bad.
USA Today has ranked all of Major League Baseball's ballparks 1 through 30 based on a variety of metrics. They do this every year. They talk to sports writers. They talk to people who cover these teams, and they get them to rank all of the Major League Baseball stadiums, baseball travelers' favorite ballparks, from just the physical structures to what the food is to how they take care of guests. And
this is a dumb time to do it because there's a bunch of upgrades that happened at Progressive Field, so we don't even know how good it could be. You're basing it off of last year.
It's true.
We need this year.
It's true. We're number 19 out of 30.
I imagine we'll move up a few next year after they
Once they get a load of them blue seats.
Yeah, well, let's see. Some blue seats in our 4th beer garden. What's great about going to Guardians games is you don't even have to watch the game. There's so many other things going on. We got pool tables and stuff.
Well, I did like looking at that. I did like looking at some of the lower ranked stadiums and what they consider to be their amenities. Like White Sox Park is pretty low on the list. PNC Park in Pittsburgh is number 1. That's a great, great ball field. Pirates and the Steelers used to both play at Three Rivers Stadium. It was about a year after I moved to Pittsburgh where they demolished Three Rivers Stadium, and then they built PNC Park, and they basically modeled it after Wrigley Field. But I mean, but PNC Park is a great park. But looking at some of the lower ranked ones, like where the Arizona Cardinals play, Chase Field,
which is crazy that they have such a low one because they have some of the most tenacious baseball fans.
Yes, but they have air conditioning because it's Arizona, and there's a pool.
Oh wait, no. That's got to be the Diamondbacks, not the Cardinals.
I'm sorry, Diamondbacks, yeah.
Okay.
Not the football team. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The Arizona Diamondbacks.
Because I thought you meant St. Louis for a
No.
second. Because they're the Cardinals.
Yeah. I was thinking of the football team.
Okay.
Arizona Cardinals football team, the Diamondbacks.
You're not going to speak up, sports guy? Poundcake?
Yep.
You weren't going to correct him?
Nope.
No, he's getting into game mode
right.
here. He's getting his game face on for the sports break. But yeah, air conditioning and a pool. And there was a photo of like these kids in a pool overlooking the game. Is that something you want at your ball? I get that it's Arizona and it's super hot, and I'm sure that's like real fun to get in there.
I think that'd be a blast.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they have the same thing at the Jaguars Stadium for the football team where they have the pool seats.
Yeah.
You can get those.
Yeah.
I mean, who doesn't want to go to a stadium and then get into their swimsuit in front of thousands of, for Diamondbacks, hundreds of people.
Hundreds of people at the Diamondbacks game. I mean, unless you got somebody still out there killing birds midair, I don't know what you're trying to do. But yeah, that pool and the whole thing. So anyway, we show up. Progressive Field shows up, number 19 out of 30. But to Bill's point, all the amazing things that they're doing over there now, you just wait until they make this list next year. And we might make it all the way to number 16.
Eventually,
very exciting.
Baseball is going to be so desperate for people to come to games there's going to be a strip club at one of these places.
You think so?
And in a stadium, absolutely.
The VIP club?
Mm-hmm. Batters Up Lounge.
Speaking of the Pirates.
On deck lounge.
Not in the hole.
That's like a golf thing.
Yeah.
That feels
No,
like
in
it's
the
golf.
hole
No, in the
is
holes, yeah.
The neck, not the on deck person, the person after that.
Oh, I see what you mean.
What about rounding third? I mean, there's so many.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Going, gone.
Okay. You ready, Poundcake?
Yes, sir.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break!
In the headlines today, MLB star Aroldis Chapman posted a disturbing video on his Instagram story where he appears to be cuddling up on the couch, groping an older woman's breast. Now, that is not the disturbing part. The disturbing part is that the older woman is alleged to be Aroldis' mother. Okay? Viewer discretion is advised, but here's the clip.
There's no sound?
There should be.
I don't see any.
Well, as long as they can see it.
Yeah, he's
It's
grabbing
fine.
his mom's chest. And
It's
squeezing
very
her boobs
disturbing,
and,
yes.
Ugh. WTF. But the clip is no longer available on his Instagram, and he has yet to address the matter after it trending on X. So I don't know if this is a cultural thing. Like, is this just your mother-son relationship? If it is, all you gotta do is just keep it off of social media. That's all you gotta do. I'm a mama's boy through and through, all day, every day, but not in the biblical sense. I feel like I need a skin scrub after watching that. But also, Dak Prescott is seeking legal action against a woman who allegedly threatened to extort him with a sexual assault allegation. The Dallas Cowboy quarterback is fighting back with his attorneys, saying that he never had non-consensual sex with anyone. Also noting that this is a shakedown and that the accuser wrote a letter stating that unless Prescott paid her $100 million, she was going to go public with the story. And I'm not saying either party is lying. I will say, though, if you were to lie, compromise your values and morals, ruin someone's life, aim high. Because if you win, $100 million buys a lot of therapy, so you're able to go on and live with yourself. So good luck, guys. May the best lawyers win. Lastly, from sexual assault allegations to sexual assault jokes, Bill and Mary, are you familiar with Glenn Big Baby Davis? He's a comedian now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was just making sure. I didn't know if you guys
Is he doing comedy now? I thought he was the porn guy.
Well, Glenn Big Baby Davis, he's a former NBA player, and he is currently a stand-up comedian. He issued an apology for an old video that, of course, resurfaced of him joking about a female in an elevator smelling so good that he almost R-worded her. You know, he said the joke was in poor taste and that he's sorry. As you can imagine, some people still want more. So sports fans, comedy fans, what do we do here? Do we cancel or counsel? I'll leave this one up to you guys. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
I so wanted him to go in another direction with that.
For which one?
With Glenn Davis.
Why?
Because I thought for sure you were going to talk about him talking about shooting porn movies.
No, I mean, I don't even find anything wrong with that. Why would I report on that?
Well, we talked about it earlier in the show.
Yeah, I know.
That's why everybody paused.
Yeah.
Because you asked us something we had already talked about.
But he was talking about something else, but I didn't
that.
know that when you first brought him up.
Yeah, but I didn't find anything. So what? He shoots porn. Big deal. But I was talking about, like, are you guys familiar with his comedy?
Yeah, I didn't know he was doing stand-up.
Yeah,
I mean,
he does
Yeah,
stand-up.
I've never heard of him doing stand-up.
Yeah, he does stand-up, apparently, amongst many of his other talents. But everyone's got to have a hustle.
You want to talk? By the way, just for posterity, who's the name of the Buccos pitcher? Pittsburgh there?
What was that?
Your first story. What's the guy's name? The guy was squeezing his mom's.
Aroldis. Aroldis.
Yeah, Aroldis. I wasn't sure what you called him. But
hit it in a weird way.
Aroldis Chapman. Because I keep wanting to call him Arnold because it looks like Arnold, but it's Aroldis.
you want to talk about a weird dude, though. That's a guy who bounced around a lot. He was a guy that pitched when the Cubs beat the Indians in the World Series.
Yeah,
Aroldis Chapman.
Oh, I know who he is.
And then, but he really bounced around for a while. And he's Cuban. So maybe he's really super tight with his mom.
My name is Cuban Pete. I like my mommy's teeth.
Boom, chicky, boom, boom, chicky, boom.
I pretend they are maracas and I go choo, boom, chicky, boom, choo, boom, chicky, boom.
I was serious when I said
Cuban Pete.
I was serious when I said I didn't know if it was a cultural thing because I remember there was a big controversy with Maluma, the Colombian pop star. He kissed his mom on the mouth, and it wasn't just like a little peck. It was like a long kiss, and people were like, that's kind of disturbing. He said it's a cultural thing. So I don't judge any other culture. Maybe I want to be enlightened. I didn't know that was a thing, but I didn't think it was a Cuban thing to grope your mother's breast. And if you do,
I don't know that it is, but you know.
And if you do, you don't have to put that on Instagram. Like that's not content.
Somebody else was filming too. It's not like he was the one filming. So that was
You gave him the go ahead.
Like, and if that's the case, does it go both ways? Can she like?
This will be funny. This will get my the views on my story, and it did.
Can she grab your junk? Like that would be so disturbing.
They'll love this in Pittsburgh. They must have just signed him. I had no clue that Aroldis Chapman was pitching for the Pirates.
I didn't even know he was still in the league.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is. January 31st. They just signed him in Pittsburgh. A 1-year, $10.5 million deal. That's pretty good, boy.
For someone, he's up there now as far as someone that throws as hard as he throws.
Yeah. Make yourself $11 million because you're probably going to have one season with them.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what he signed for.
And Poundcake, just for people who are unclear, the R word in that story was rape, not retarded.
Yes, but
Right.
I said R-worded her, not.
Right, I understand,
How you
but
gon-
when people say R word, they mean, instead of saying the word retarded, people say the R word. So we knew what you meant, but I mean, there were some people, you know.
Yeah, I'm confused on what I can say and what I can't say anymore because if I.
Well, rape is not a slur.
I understand that, but like later on when I post this to my Instagram, I don't want to get in trouble. I don't know what's good for the algorithm and what's not.
Oh, well, that's there. That's not here. Those are two different sets of
You
circumstances.
can say it on there, just don't put it in the captions.
Yeah, I don't know what's.
All that stuff's dumb.
Yeah, because I think I said one thing one time, and it didn't even allow me to post it. Like, it didn't even get posted. I'm like, wait, like, what's wrong? And then they were like, this is sensitive content. I'm like, it is? My sports break? And I forget what it was. But
maybe they're understanding how sensitive you can be.
Oh,
and that's what they mean.
He's a sensitive boy.
He's a sensitive little mama's boy.
Just a sensitive boy. He's a mama's boy. Likes to comfort himself by wiggling his mama's teeth.
God.
All the little snowflakes on my on my page.
Yeah. Well, you can weed them out, and you can have a conversation with them, and you can have a much-needed dialogue over your sports break. And, okay. Well, there you go. Thoughts on the sports break? Any notes?
I could listen to him say Aroldis all day long.
Aroldis. But it's hard to say it fast and in the moment. Aroldis.
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 Yeah.
Aroldis. Aroldis. That was why I had a speech teacher in school, because I had trouble with R's, A's, W's were fine. Like when they're with.
He only had trouble with 26 letters in the alphabet.
Aroldis.
Like AR together.
Yes.
Oh.
Like just certain letter combinations that would.
Well, then break it up differently. Instead of Aroldis, call him Aroldis.
Aroldis.
Yeah.
I don't know. Aroldis.
I'll roll this over to you.
But like,
and you roll it back.
If your name's Alan, but if I call you Alan, like that's technically spelled correct. I didn't change the spelling, but the pronunciation is wrong. Alan.
Says you.
Okay, Alan.
Yeah. Well, you'd be onto something there. I got a break. Good job, Poundcake.
Thank you.
If you want to send me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I'm sure it'll work for people on vacation when they don't have to do something, but I can't imagine it working on a day-to-day basis.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Three 35192. Want to send me a text? Cavs basketball tonight. Live from the Big Easy. Cavs Pelicans in New Orleans tonight. 8 o'clock is your tip-off. So 30 minutes prior is when that pregame coverage will begin. If you are watching our show today, thank you to Debo Jim Jammers for assisting today.
I forgot who helped today.
That's who helped. Debo Jim Jammers.
It's not so much the Debo that gets me as much as the Jim Jammers.
Well, there's a little something for everybody in that one, I think. Little column A, little column B.
There you go.
So Cavs basketball tonight, and again, thank you to Debo.
Debo.
Of the Medina Jim Jammers, I believe.
Oh.
Very prominent family out there. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, as always, thank you. Because sometimes it's not always easy. But I like to know where people are out there throughout North America listening. Matt is in Irwin, Pennsylvania. Brian listens in Collierville, Tennessee. Andy is in Monroe, North Carolina. Monroe! And let me go back a ways. Mary is in Wake Forest, North Carolina. I'm sorry?
Midtown Manhattan.
Mary is in Astoria, Queens. This is an M-A-R-I on my list. You're right there.
You don't care.
I do care.
You don't.
I'm trying to care. Wait, so you are here Monday or not?
I am.
You are?
Yeah.
All right. I didn't know if you were going to be in bed all day.
I would love to be.
Oh, okay.
If you're giving me permission to take Monday off, I would love that.
It's you do what you need to tell me when you're gone.
Yeah. I get in I was just telling that Brian that about how I just like I need a day to do things, to get things done and have things organized and get stuff together. Today's already been a long day. I have a spot in Brooklyn at 7:30 tonight. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But because of the way that the trains are set up,
there's no good way to get to it.
No, you have to from Astoria to
It's like going from Brunswick to Akron.
Yeah, right. From going from
Oh, you're going home first.
I can't. Here's what I did. So to go from Astoria to Brooklyn on a train is like an hour and 20 minutes because you have to go all the way top to bottom through Manhattan. There's nothing that connects Astoria and Brooklyn. So what I had to do today, because I have a 7:30 spot and then a 10 o'clock spot in Manhattan. So I drove my car from Astoria to Brooklyn, parked my car in Brooklyn, took the train from Brooklyn to work, which was still like 50 minutes, and it was delayed. So that sucked because I wasn't familiar with that. It's a different train system and a different train station than what I'm used to taking. So I parked my car in Brooklyn, took the train here, and then I'm going to take that 50-minute train ride back to Brooklyn, drive my car back into Manhattan to do my second set, and then drive my car home later tonight. And believe it or not, that's the easiest way to do this. That avoids 2 hours.
It doesn't sound hard at all. I don't even know why you're talking about it. It sounds super easy.
Well, what I'm saying is it's either that or 2 hours and 40 minutes on the train today.
That sounds easy, too.
That's terrible. That's so long to be on a train. Oh,
you just sit there with your thoughts.
That's too long. An hour and 20. You can get to Columbus in the time that I'd be sitting on the
Yeah,
train
right.
to get from Brooklyn to Astoria. It's like 8 miles or something like that from my house.
Hour 21 is what I'm looking at here on the train.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Because you're right. You got to go over, then you got to come down, and then you got to come back over into Brooklyn.
Yes. I asked that, and they're like, yeah, everybody, there's no buses that run. There's literally no way. And they're on the same part of the little island.
It's
right.
Astoria
No,
and Brooklyn.
I remember
makes
having
no
to do stuff
sense.
like that, and they're never going to fix it. They're never going to change it. They don't assume that anybody in Astoria would ever want to go to Brooklyn.
Or vice versa, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
They're like, if you live in those places, you're very clearly only going to Manhattan.
Right.
So which is fine.
Well, everything feeds into Manhattan. Nothing really. You don't do a lot of cross borough stuff. Usually, it's just the boroughs feed into Manhattan.
Yeah. So I had late spots last night. I didn't get home till like 2.
We had a great show at Brothers Lounge. I had to medicine up and do that show last night, and I love that room, and it's starting to really take off too. So it's we don't have the bright lights and big stars like Mary does out there in New York City, but we're doing okay out here in Cleveland, building a comedy scene.
Our bathroom fan broke. And for whatever reason, when we signed our lease, they were very adamant. Like, you have to run the fan when you take a shower. You have to run the fan when you take a shower. Well, like, because of the moisture deteriorating tiles or something. And then it broke, and it's been like 3 weeks. We texted him, was like, hey, the bathroom fan doesn't work. And then he came over this morning at like 9 a.m., knocking on the door, 8:45. And I had gotten in bed at like 2:30, 3 in the morning. And so our landlord had to come in and fix the fan. So it's just been a long day. I'm doing that one-liner competition tonight. I'm nervous, but I'm excited. One-liner? I have it's a March Madness style bracket, so I have like 6 of them. You might need up to 8, but if you go to the Final Four, you only have 6. Do you want to hear them? You don't have to hear them.
I would love to hear them.
Do you want to hear them, Alan? It's your show.
Mm-hmm.
All right, hold on. I have to find them. They're written down. You want me to do them in order of least to most likely to win?
That's how you've already got them?
I've got
least to most likely to win.
I can give you my 3 favorites that I'm like, I'm going to save those for the later rounds.
But you want to make sure you get one in case you want to make sure
you got to make it up into the round later rounds.
So you got to do it.
But see, I don't know the strategy here.
I would go.
Elimination.
I would use your
strongest one first.
Strongest one first.
Because you don't know what's going to hit.
The Final Four.
Well, also,
and then all you have left is your weaker ones.
Yeah, but so will everybody else.
Unless they're doing it the opposite way.
If they made it that far, my guess is a lot of people are going to run out.
You think?
Yeah, I would go strongest. Well, let's hear them all then. They're one-liners. They're quick.
Okay, I'm a stepmom, and I don't really know. This is going to piss off so many people in our audience because they hate when I say stepmom. And I found out when I was putting these jokes together.
One-liners.
All of my favorite one-liners are really dark.
Just do a joke.
All the ones that I've done.
Do this preamble.
Well, no, it just made me laugh.
Yeah, don't worry about what the negative Nellies are going to be complaining about.
No, I mean an hour.
I know.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Just put them out of your head.
No, it says, I'm a stepmom and I don't really know how to punish my stepkid. Like, can I hit her? I don't know. I do know that I can't drown her. That's a birth mom thing.
Great joke.
Is that a one-liner?
It has to be less than 3 sentences.
Oh, I see. I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm like, a lot of these you have to establish, and that's like a full bit that I cut down to 3 sentences.
Yeah. That's a good joke.
My friend recently said there's not that big of a difference between a 5 and an 8, which is a huge lie. An 8 with a man bun thinks he's a model. A 5 with a man bun thinks he's a samurai. No?
I'm sorry. I've heard these before, so I like.
Yeah, you're not gonna laugh.
Yeah.
Oh well, you don't have to tell them to me. I didn't realize that Bill had heard them.
Then why did he?
I thought you wrote new ones.
Why would I write new ones?
She already had some.
I keep going though. I like.
Well, no,
them.
I didn't know that you had already. I thought we were all hearing them for the first time.
No, I just went through and picked my favorite 6 one-liners I had already written.
Oh,
I was write new jokes for this. What do you think I am, trying?
She's a joke machine.
I'm not a joke machine.
I would at least lead with something you think is really strong. Because you don't want to flop out on something because you were trying to like play the. You don't know what's going to hit.
I would lead with that step one.
That's a good joke.
My mom was a hoarder, which means she kept everything except our family together.
That's a good one.
That's a good one too.
That one?
Yeah, use that second round.
That's a strong one.
I think so. Yeah.
And then the other 2 that I feel like are my strongest are both about my dad dying.
All right.
Before my dad died, he and I were working out together, and he was doing so well. At the beginning of it, he fit into a 6X, and by the end of it, he fit into a 4-inch urn.
Yeah, I heard that one. That's a good one. It is a good one.
My favorite one.
And that always kills too, right?
Always.
Yeah.
And this is my favorite joke I've ever written, and this was the one I was going to save for the Final Four, but now you guys are saying, like, make sure you get into the Final Four first.
Yeah.
Which is, if anybody's seen me live, they've seen this one. My dad left my family when I was 11 years old, and he also died from COVID. We think he contracted COVID at the grocery store, making it the second time in my life my dad has gone out for milk and never come back.
It's a sweet 16-story, a Cinderella victory. Mary Santora, the one-liner champion, beating all these awkward nerds that only write one-liners.
What
She
is
can do
the
stories too?
What's the payoff to winning?
$150.
Oh,
and
okay.
a little trophy.
Yep.
Where's the show at?
Brooklyn Bell House.
Oh, okay.
So it's 64 comics. I looked at they sent us the bracket this morning. I don't know almost any of them. So it'll be cool to meet people, but there's a part I also want to impress the other comics. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm nervous about it.
You pay for your life doing comedy. You'll impress them.
Yeah.
Oh, is it you and a bunch of nudniks?
I don't know any of I've never heard of I'd say out of the 64 comics, I might have recognized 7 names. Less than 10 names I recognized. So I don't know. They could be huge in it or really big in the independent scene or, they've only ever been in New York and never really traveled anywhere.
Somebody named Jerome Seinfeld. I don't know who that is, but boy, he better bring it.
I doubt he's a one-liner guy.
Oh,
he could use that $150.
He really could.
He's a billionaire, and he's I gotta win this.
Yeah, you get 100. Well, so
Jerry, you gotta do this.
Yeah.
It's proceeds go to an animal shelter, so it's $150 for the first place. Second place gets $75, and then both third and fourth get $25.
That's fine.
So it's they're small payouts, but
it's a lot of fun.
Show.
That'll be a fun show, and especially having that many comics, but everybody doing just quick jokes, it should move pretty quick and be a good,
uncompetable,
a good time.
Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. I have to leave a little bit early tonight to make sure I can take my friggin' 50-minute train ride.
Now, where did you leave your car, though?
I parked it on the street that Bell House is on.
Oh, okay.
I looked at all the signs, and there was no,
they're not cleaning that day.
No restrictions or anything like that for the time that I'd be at work. But because to get from the Bell House to my set at the stand is I have to take 2 different trains, so it's 35 minutes, and I didn't want to risk missing it.
Right.
And I also want to drive home after my late set at the stand tonight. So...
Alan, you have to run the fan when you shower because that's what powers the cameras. Oh, good. Well, that's interesting. Make sure.
You should get.
That's why your landlord was so adamant that you run the fans.
Do you think they're why does Mary shower so much more than Sarah? We need more Sarah in this.
Come on, guys.
It's because the trains were originally built by land developers that led directly to the buildings they owned. There was no city planning involved.
Maybe.
Someone says, yeah. Well, as I understand it, New York City has been there for a while.
At least a little bit.
It's pretty old. And so maybe that's got something to do with it. Did you read about did anybody else read about the dude, the super commuter?
No.
The guy who works for the Wall Street Journal in New York, and they want people in the office 3 days a week, but he lives in Columbus, Ohio.
Actually, I think I did hear about
Did you read this? He's I thought that I could work the numbers out to make it work, but it's getting really hard to do because when he's there, he's sleeping with friends or at their apartments, or he's cashing in points on hotels, or he's I'll stay at a Hyatt in Queens and then I'll stay somewhere else. Oh, just so he can work in New York.
And live in
Columbus? Ohio. He's after the pandemic, he didn't want to move back. He had left New York to go back near his family in Columbus. And then when it was time to return, because all these places, for some reason, think people need to be in the office. You can't imagine. There are some jobs, maybe you could make a case for it. But you can't possibly imagine why they would want a guy writing articles in the office 3 days a week. But it's a good gig, it sounds like, and he doesn't want to lose it. So he's I had grown accustomed to seeing my family and living in Columbus, and I didn't want to go back and start spending all my money on an apartment. So he goes back and forth from Columbus to New York. The Wall Street Journal requires me to be in the office at least 3 days a week, and since I commute by choice, I pay all my travel expenses. So he pays for his flights. So it's him constantly trying to game the points on a credit card or at a hotel or whatever. He's like, I do get tired of having conversations after work with people asking me where I live. I'll usually just tell them whatever hotel I'm currently in. But yeah, because you're not like doing your job and flying back. You got some late night thing with some clients or something.
Those points don't last long.
Well, that's how the article kind of ends.
Yeah.
Well, I got my United credit card in 2019 or maybe it was 2020, 2021. I think my dad was dead, so it must have been 2021. And so I've had it for 3 years, and I have acquired like 267,000 miles, and I used it for everything. I used it for travel. I used it for groceries. Like, that was my main credit card that I used for literally everything. And I mean, you'd think 260,000 miles, that's a ton of miles, right? Well, my trips home, getting myself, Brian, and his daughter here for spring break, and then we're also going to Arizona for a few days because his parents have a house out there.
Yeah.
My points are gone. It was, I mean, and I get it, it's 3 people. So I think it was like less than 10 flights that took up all of those miles. So if that guy is doing, and it took me 3 years to get that up to 260,000, and then they're gone in 10 flights.
Yeah, he said in the end, my math didn't work. I blew my budget by 15% and drained my miles balance.
Yeah. And because then I was like, okay, well, I also have an Amex travel card, but I wasn't using it as much, and I only had like 40,000 points on there, and that was 1 flight.
Right.
So it's like, yeah, those things, it takes you forever to build them up, and then they'll be like, flash sale, round trip to Miami, only 80,000 miles. And you're like, what the hell do you mean?
Yeah, he said, I set my alarm in Columbus for 4:15 a.m., and I get to the airport for a 6 o'clock flight. If everything goes according to plan, I make it door to door in 3 hours. But if there are delays, which are not infrequent, obviously, he has to scramble to rebook on other flights. Oh, God. You got to really want to stay. I just don't understand why the Wall Street Journal's like, yeah, we'd like you writers in the office 3 days a week. And you know they don't care. They're like, you're doing this on your own.
Right.
We're not asking you to do this. That's pretty wild. But, you know, he's a single dude. But it's still, like, crazy. It's a lot of running around.
He was used to seeing his extended family?
Yeah, like his sister and parents live in Columbus, yeah. No, a married guy could never do this.
I mean, he
ever
could.
do this. Well, he wouldn't be married for long.
There's people who do that.
There are, yeah, but I mean, this guy just didn't want to move back to New York. So he's like, I mean, if this was a married guy and he was pulling this, you know, every week to go back and forth to New York.
I have a friend that does this, actually, that he's a professor at Queens College. And he lives here, and he'll go there, teach his classes, and then come back on the weekends.
I have a friend whose parents have been married like 40 years, and a couple years ago, the mom just moved to New Orleans. They're still married. They're still in love. She just didn't want to live in Ohio anymore. And he did. And she was like, all right, well, I'm moving. I'll see you when I see you.
Yeah, that ain't a good sign.
No,
I mean,
not
if you
at all.
when they're like, "Oh, we're still in love," it's like, well, not real. I mean,
I think that if you have been with someone for that long and you're like, hey, come visit me. And I think he goes down there for like a few months at a time, and she'll come home for holidays and things like that. So they still,
Understood.
It's like a long distance relationship. You've been with
Right.
someone for 40 years.
well, that's what I'm saying. You've been
not
married for
going
40
anywhere.
years. You're essentially roommates anyway. I mean, you're like companions. You're not, only somebody who's like that kind of detached from the whole structure of it can go, well, I'm going to move to New Orleans. And the other guy goes, I'm not going.
I think it was his job.
Well, that's part of it, sure.
But either way,
I think there would have been some compromise. Why New Orleans?
I don't know. I might even have that wrong. I think it's New Orleans, but somewhere in the South.
What's it called? The Lean?
Yeah, the Leans.
The Leans, yeah.
To the Leans.
I'm moving to the Leans, and there's nothing you can do to stop me, honey. I'll see you when I see you. How long have they been doing
You've
that?
always put the Leans over me.
Uh-huh. How long they been doing that?
I think like 2 years.
2 years.
2 or 3 years.
Yeah, because at that point, whatever happens, happens. Right. After 40 years, you just go,
60s,
okay.
It's your retirement years. Like, you get to spend them how you want them.
And I think that's what he plans on doing, is that after he's retired, they'll move there.
But why wouldn't they wait until, if he's
She
within...
didn't want to.
She probably is like, I'm tired of shoveling this damn driveway.
Right.
Like, it's a foot of snow. I'm cold. My bones are brittle. I'm moving to New Orleans.
Yeah, I want to drown in a hurricane. I don't want to shovel I don't want to shovel the driveway. Huh?
That's the lower level. You could there's parts of New Orleans that aren't flooded or didn't really get hit by the
No, but the
flood.
whole city's a bowl. I mean, I understand why people might be over shoveling snow, but that's a whole different situation down there. Well, anyway, whatever makes it work for them, but
I was gonna say everybody has something.
I know it's not exactly the same, but Brian's parents bought a house in Arizona, in Goodyear, and they go usually from like end of December until end of April every year that they've had it. And this past year, his dad went out again for a couple months because they have it. His dad's retired, but his stepmom isn't. So there's like where his dad's like, all right, well, I'm going to go out to the house in Arizona for 6 weeks. And it's like, yeah, you bought the house. Go live in it for a while. And, they stay apart. They've been together for however many years, and 2 months apart is nothing.
I guess.
Like, it's nice to have a little break.
Why did they buy the place?
To eventually retire to. He was already retired, and she was retiring in a few years.
I see.
But in the meantime, it's like, you have a whole ass house. Go
Yeah.
live in it for a while.
You got your mistress there, too. That's nice. That's fun.
Well, that's where the whole ass house comes in.
Yeah.
That's why he calls it that. I got a whole ass house out here.
I'm tired of you. I'm going to the ass house with Becky.
For 6 weeks.
I highly doubt that's what's going
Becky with the good hair.
And ass.
Great ass! I'm going to take a break. Want to get the last word in? Shoot me a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show
On iHeartRadio.
Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Award.